Right. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Wherever you're checking from into this Zoom workshop today, many, many welcomes. We're really delighted to have you joining from so many different parts of the world, to see some familiar and less familiar faces, which is brilliant. And this is the first event jointly organised by the Society for the History of Children and Youth and the Children's History Society. The organisers and session moderators, whom you'll meet over the next couple of days, are from both societies. I can see several members already. These are Mary Claire Martin, if you'd like to raise your hand, Mary Claire, Simon Slight, co-founders of the Children's History Society, Tamara Myers and Nick Siret, and myself from the executive of the Society for the History of Children and Youth, and Will Holland-Morman, who's keeping everything on track technically over the next 2 days. And we are really, really indebted to you, Will, so thank you. We're all excited about these workshops, discussing the directions that youth history has taken over the past 50 years, and of course drawing attention to what's happening now. I think the whole kind of global history dimension is a really positive development, and we're very grateful to those who have agreed to give papers, a mix of newer and well-established scholars, and I think they're all a great illustration of the field's vitality. Trajectories, as you know from Eventbrite, has been inspired by two key events that Simon Slight originally drew attention to: Ruskin College's history workshop on childhood in history in May 1972, and the publication of Stanley Cohen's Folk, Devil and Moral Panics, published in the same year. Now, we have a full programme, and you might not be able to stay for every session, but there will be opportunities to join a breakout room if you wish to carry on a particularly interesting discussion. Just let us know in the chat. And finally, I'm sure you're well used to this. It would help if you could mute your microphones during presentations. I think you're all muted at the moment, apart from me anyway. Now, it's my great pleasure to introduce Anna Davin. Anna is a founding editor of History Workshop Journal, with which she worked for many years, and her research and teaching have addressed the history of children and women in London and the uses of oral history. Her publications include pioneering articles such as Imperialism and Motherhood, classic studies such as a book, Growing Up Poor, and works such as The Jigsaw Strategy, Sources in the History of Childhood in 19th Century London, When is a Child Not a Child, and What is a Child? And I'll put fuller references in the chat once I hand over to Anna. Anna has been a campaigner for the history of children and women inside and outside the academy. She is a remarkably generous and supportive scholar who's influenced generations of students and academics, not only through her publications, but through her university and adult education teaching in the UK and North America. Anna has always had a real commitment to community histories as well as the academic histories that we're discussing today. It is a real privilege to introduce her to you, and perhaps I can hand over to Anna now. Thank you. Anna?
Hello. I'm sorry, my helpful daughter is just doing something. But, I'm absolutely delighted to be part of this splendid project. Terrified of Zoom, which I'm, despite all the activities of the last couple of years, I've not really used very much. And so I do have a technical assistant beside me, to my great relief. She is also a participant in the events in my paper. I will refer to her as Kathy in the paper and Kate in person, because this reflects changes in life. Right. I had a terrible job starting to write this because I couldn't decide what to do. And as a result, I haven't finished it. This is actually rather like Raphael, who was one of the people who figures in the paper. So I'll sail into it. Childhood in History, Children's Liberation, the 1972 workshop event, for which that was the title. In this talk, I look at the background to History Workshop 6, which is what it was, especially in terms of people and their childhoods. Raphael Samuel, 1934 to 96. Myself, born 1940, still here. Dom, Kathy, and Mick Hodgkin, born 1959, 1961, and 1963, my children. This requires some family history. I don't think you'll mind. First, a vignette from July 1968. It's a note from me, then Anna Hodgkin, to Raphael Samuel, whose first name I've misspelt, in 1968. I write this in a room filled with 7 kids pillow fighting to adults, so I don't feel very coherent. I just remembered it's my birthday tomorrow, so I thought I'd have a party, to which I hope you'll be able to come. Here at 103 Southmore Road, sometime after 9 o'clock. There are yells like, if the children make a revolution, the grown-ups can't do anything. And when someone says, I surrender, they say, coward, and just bash harder. I hope the party will be quieter, but do come anyway. So this was to be my 28th birthday party the next day. No, 18th birthday. 18th. It's 1968 and I was 18. You've got 3 children. Oh, yes, I did. Oh, yes, yes. Correction. I was 28. Dom was then 9, Kathy 6, and Mick 5, yes? Their father, Luke Hodgkin, and I had married 10 years before, when he was finishing a maths degree at Balliol College, Oxford, and I had left the Oxford High School pregnant, but with my A-levels. Luke went on to a doctorate, so we stayed in Oxford from 1959 to 63. Besides my younger sisters, Delia and Bridget, and Luke's sister, Liz, and brother Toby, we had good friends, Juliet Mitchell, Peter Sedgwick, Stuart Hall, Gareth Stedman Jones, Raphael, Nigel Young, Tom Wengraf, Lona Halberstadt, Alex Kerban, Martin Rossdale. So being young parents did not cut us off. It's not pointless to list those names because they're actually the network out of which first Universities and Left Review and then New Left Review emerged. But I don't want to talk about that side of things. The next 2 years were more of a challenge. Luke did a postdoc stint at the Princeton Institute for Advanced Study, then took a teaching post at the University of Algiers, his first teaching and in French. I kept house and enjoyed the children and read. I was sometimes lonely, in Algiers especially, but I read E.P. Thompson's Making of the English Working Class with mounting enthusiasm. In September 1965, Luke entered his first job in Britain at the New University of Warwick. We lived in Coventry then for the next 5 years, and from 1966 to 1969, I studied history there, informally as well. It was a stimulating period. I was taught most memorably by Edward Thompson and regularly attended his graduate seminar, hearing many exciting speakers. Other faculty members were mostly my age or younger. At 26, I counted as mature. Some of them were teaching the first time. The students were mostly younger than me. The department had a buzz. We discovered historical enthusiasm as well as method, and we were encouraged to pursue our own interests. I did 2 long essays on Algeria, one for the course on nationalism and one for industrialization. Now, the trouble with being online is I can't tell whether I'm speaking too fast, although I do assume you can hear me, and I don't know whether there's any way for you to signal if I should slow down.
You can put it in the chat.
You can put it in the chat, right, okay. So at this time, the late 60s, new approaches and ideas were surging, influenced in part by 60s politics, which opened a range of social concerns: gay and lesbian rights, reproductive rights, equal pay, the family and status of married women, education reform, which led towards children's rights, and so on. Older academic societies, like the Economic History Society, especially in 1926, were joined by new ones: the Labour History Society, 1960, Oral History, 1970, Social History, 1976. A new wave of women's history was emerging as new young historians joined or were affected by the tiny women's liberation movement. women's liberation movement groups shared their experiences as women, workers, and, if they were, mothers. Their subjective and collective understanding led to demands for reform in the present and future, but also to exploration of social structure and gender in the past. Academic labour and economic history began to include discussion of gender divisions, family structures, and age. This was true, but it wasn't at all simultaneous or universal. And the Social History Conference in 1980, by which time all of this, in my view, was taking off, but a proof that not everyone was involved, was at this Social History Conference, a plenary session on childhood. The speaker, I think I'll be tactful and not name him, the speaker didn't name a single work by a woman or women, which was quite shocking, because by 1980 there were, not just British, but general. So that evening, Miranda Chater, another comrade, and I sneaked into the plenary meetings hall and wrote up a huge bibliography on the blackboard of all the things that this guy could have mentioned, which was a nice piece of guerrilla history. I enjoyed the interplay of politics, research, and history at Warwick and in these years, and I gained confidence in myself as historian, and was involved in late 60s student politics, especially the Socialist Society, for which I was secretary part of the time, the Women's Liberation Group, which we set up, and the Warwick occupation. Warwick was one of the post-Paris student mobilizations, LSE in Warwick and Essex particularly. That general intellectual and, and the Warwick occupation, I did want to say about that. When we had occupied the library, the Vice-Chancellor, whose name was Butterworth, turned up and was hanging around, and we had a general meeting scheduled, and 10 minutes before it was due to start, he showed no sign of budging. So I got up and suggested suavely that we should perhaps postpone our meeting until we could be certain that everybody there was sympathetic. And he was very annoyed at that and came up to me and said, he knew me because I was an academic wife, and said, "What I want to know, my girl, is who's looking after your children tonight?" And that's both an illustration of how children and domesticity in the family overlapped in our research, but also how it was threatening to it could be threatening to the authorities. I thought it was rather funny. Yes, so that general intellectual and political milieu was undoubtedly fertile ground for new thinking about children, present and past. Luke and I came back often from Coventry to Oxford, where we had both grown up. We still had friends there as well as family. My 1968 note quoted above was written from my parents' house, close to Raphael's digs and his lodgings, and not far from Ruskin College, where he was tutor in history. Ruskin, it must be noted, was not part of Oxford history by any means. It was strongly tied to the trade union movement, and it took adult students, mainly in those days men, who had left school young. They lived in during term, with the odd exception if they were parents, and worked for a 2-year diploma qualifying them for further education or training. Raphael and Luke had known each other since the late 50s. Raphael visited us in Coventry, probably for Thompson seminars. I was aware of the history workshop meetings, which Raph began at Ruskin in 1967, where his students presented their research findings alongside established historians like Christopher Hill. The early topics were A Day with the Chartists, Education, the Working Class, Proletarian Oxfordshire, and those ones which were relatively small in their attendance quite often involved walks as well. Yes, put the list up, thank you. I managed to attend some sessions, but not properly until the 4th or 5th. At Ralph's suggestion, I joined in a student visit to the Oxfordshire Record Office, and so met Alan Halkins and Bernard Reaney, who became good friends, both Ruskin students. I had already used primary sources for an undergraduate dissertation on 1880s London socialists, but they had been printed or on microfilm, This was my first archival session, and I was hooked. It was thrilling to unwrap and handle documents, to struggle with difficult handwriting, and to realize that the hand itself, or the paper, had something to tell as well as the text. It was also exciting to be working as a group and to share problems and discoveries. Sally Alexander and I met around this time in 1968-9 when she started at Ruskin. The first workshop I attended in full was the fourth in November 1969, and you should be able to see a list of all the workshops now. Behind the speakers on the platform of Ruskin's Buxton Hall was a big Union banner from Whitney, outside Oxford, the Whitney Workers' Union, where blanket factories were still active. We even had a school trip to one. Many of the talks were close to my interests, and from speaking both in student meetings and in Thompson's seminar at Warwick, I was confident enough to join the discussions. I even felt able to stand up and protest after, this is now a famous incident, laughter greeted Sheila Rowbottom's proposal for those interested in women's history to get together. This is my only jarring recollection of that conference, tempered, however, by the support and apologies afterwards and the excitement of our women's meeting. I remember most of all the general intoxication of the occasion, how people listened and how discussions continued between sessions. I also remember all the singing, both in one session, Roy Palmer on Kidderminster Carpet Weavers, and in the bar led by Alan Hawkins with lots of others. As at so many later workshops, the songs were listened to with attention, even in the bar. Whether you were listening, joining in, or sharing a song new to others, it was a heady mix, this fusion of music, politics, history, and like-minded company. After the 1969 workshop, that one, Sally Alexander and Ariel Aberson, Ruskin students, with Sheila Rowbottom and other women historians, including me, began plans for a history workshop on women. This had to give way, though, to more urgent political need, and it morphed into the first National Women's Liberation Conference on the 28th of February 1970, though the first panel was historical. Tragically, Ariel was killed in a crash not long after. History Workshop 6, Childhood, followed in May 1972, and in May 1973, History Workshop 7, Women in History, and the usual suspects were involved in organising. As topics and speakers overlapped, women, childhood, family, work and equal pay, domestic life, connections were made between past and present, and continuities and contrasts emerged. In 1970, Luke and I broke up, moving separately to London, where I registered at Birkbeck College for a doctoral thesis on working women in 19th century London, supervised by Eric Hobsbawm. My original plan was to organise this chronologically, from the childhood of women till their old age, looking at different aspects as I went along. In the end, it dealt only with childhood and more with working class generally, anyway, yes. And it privileged girls. This seemed proper and only fair, since in most historical writing, child and children in those days meant boys, or they weren't differentiated. For the next 5 years, I combined research with activism and home. I lived with Raphael at 19 Elder Street, Spitalfields, while the children divided their time between Luke and Jean's household and ours. Raphael had previously lived largely on his own, or sharing the Spitalfields house with co-owner Peter Maris, who at this point was in the States. Our relationship was intense, rewarding, and demanding. It also brought Raphael's first close encounter with real children. He was delighted and engrossed by them. They reciprocated, and together they worked out daily life and forged powerful bonds. One result, which I'll come back to, was the historical exploration of childhood and the project for History Workshop 6. But first I'll say a bit about Raphael himself. Born in 1934, he was an only child and precocious. His parents split up in 1941. His father, a lawyer, settled into the National Liberal Club in Whitehall, His mother, Minna Keane, 1909 to 99, a musician, had custody, but apparently on the impossible condition that Raphael was not brought up communist. Communism was a great bond in my family, he recalled in 1985, and virtually all my mother's relatives seem to have been affected by it, on his mother's side, obviously. So was Raphael himself. See his essays in the wonderful Lost World of British Communism, published first as essays in 3 New Left reviews in the mid-1980s, and in 2006, collected in a book of the same name, published by Verso and introduced by Alison Light, on which I draw here considerably. At the start of the war, Raph and his mother Minna moved out of London to Apsley Guys, Bedfordshire, where his school was evacuated. This was, I think, the school where, when he was 6, quote, a worried note in my school report recorded an obsession with justice and fairness. Again, precocious. From September 1942, when Minna started work in a Slough aircraft factory, Raphael boarded at a progressive school, Dean Park in Buckinghamshire, and spent weekends and holidays at what he called the heavily politicised home of an aunt and uncle in Belsize Park. These are Miriam and his mother's sister, and Shimon Abramsky, both active communists, and himself a scholar, deeply scholarly historian of communist history and Jewish history. Or at weekends and holidays, Raph visited Minna in Slough, hanging out in her office or accompanying her on dues collecting rounds. I'm not sure whether that was party or union, it could have been either or both, or helping her with other party work, like fixing stickers on lampposts, second front now. While on Sundays, when in London, he led a double life. Quote, in the mornings I would be out selling challenge or meeting the comrades in a fish bar. Afternoons would be spent in the upholstered comfort of a gentleman's club, with his dad, pretending to be a schoolboy. His propaganda efforts at school were unsuccessful, but he took solace in books, quote, where other children read Dr. Dolittle and the Bunkle books, which was true for me, I closeted myself with Behind the Enemy Lines, a tale of scorched earth and child partisans in Russia, and the Timur books about a young Komsomol member. I hated being a child, he says, and a fair part of my youthful ingenuities were devoted to passing myself off as an adult or getting myself adopted by grown-ups. I was also restless at school, staying at home to read novels or seeking out mentors who would initiate me into the mysteries of Marxism. He refused, when Minna moved back to London in 1944, he refused to continue at the boarding school. But at his last school, King Alfred's in Hampstead, he fared rather better. And it was through a teacher there, supported by his uncle Shimon, that in 1951, at 16, he joined the Communist Party Historians Group. Here he found a stimulating and intellectual and political forum and mentors who included Christopher Hill, later a prime supporter of History Workshop, then teaching at Balliol College, Oxford. Raph went on with a bursary to Balliol, and over the next 3 years, 1952 to 5, threw himself into both studies and party work. His communist-derived focus was political and ideological, stressing structures, movement, progress, the universal, not the individual. And it seems as though his historical work at this period also followed these lines, and social history and history workshop type history, while not losing the politics, does acquire a broader social and even domestic focus. Now a section, respective childhoods of Raphael and Anna. For Raphael, childhood could not end too quickly, though his memories can convey a more nuanced experience. Comparing notes, we found some common ground and many differences. My parents were Irish New Zealanders, his were British Jews. I had sisters, but other relatives were all back in New Zealand. We both remembered the war, but being 6 years younger, my memories were more fragmented. The war removed my father, Dan Davin, born 1913, from when I was 6 months till he had a short leave in 1943, and then again until mid-1944. This meant that I had a very close relationship with my mother, but on Dan's return, a wary one with him. Raphael was separated from Minna, but not so completely, and he had his aunts and cousins to give love and support. I never had to go to boarding school and changed school much less often than him. 2, I think, to his 6. My relation with my secondary school was ambivalent. I felt an outsider, but there were good times too, like being part of the collective effort of producing school plays. I think having best friends didn't work out for me, and that was part of why the plays were good, the collectiveness. Both of us had a strong cultural family background, but it took different forms, his more political, mine more literary, his looking towards future transformed society, mine looking back across generations and through individuals. My mother, Winnie, born Gonley 1909 in New Zealand, would tell me and my sisters about her Irish-speaking grandmother, Ellen Silk, 1846 to 1930, who was courted at around 12 in her Galway home. Her young man, after a couple of years, left to travel, taking her promise to join him. This she did, crossing the world from Galway to New Zealand in 1866, age 20, in a sailing ship, which took, as far as I remember, 4 months. I didn't get round to checking that. They worked and saved in Christchurch and along the east coast of the South Island till they were able to marry and farm. After bringing over some of her siblings, they moved to the far south, farming some 40 miles from Invercargill, which is the very southernmost tip of New Zealand, and a proper city, even then. Winnie's childhood memories of growing up, full of detail, centred on her parents' shop in Otautau, a small Southland town 40 miles away, in a shop where her father had installed electricity and plate glass. We loved to hear about their monthly visit to her grandparents' farm, where her mother, another Winifred, had grown up with 6 brothers and was her mother's auxiliary in the endless tasks of a farming home. Winifred had hated cleaning all the boots. When she married, she decreed that cleaning boots was a job only for men and boys. Her grandmother's shopping for what they could not themselves produce involved a monthly trip to the nearby town, Winton, then farm nearby town, and staples were bought in sacks, not packets, so that kitchen storage was vital. The regular visits from Otautau to the farm were at first made in a horse and trap. Later, that was replaced by a car, which made the child Winnie travel sick. So on arrival, she'd be given a tot of whiskey and sent to lie down. This was the basis of a longer story about all the uncles bringing her further tots of whiskey until she found herself standing on her head outside, feeling wonderful. But it's very different from the more or less teetotal background to Raphael's childhood and culture. Such stories fascinated us. I see now that they also provided us with a grid of understanding, lit up by imagination and empathy, which operated at various levels. We could comprehend the passage of time through the succession of generations back to great-grandparents, and also through the change over time, both in terms of place, Ireland and New Zealand, and as domestic arrangements, rural and more still urban, were modernized. Gender roles were there too in domesticity and work, and also in education. Winnie's father thought school was even more important for girls than for boys because wages for women's work were so much lower. My father, Dan's father, Pat Davin, born Leitrim 1873, worked as a labourer when he arrived in New Zealand, but realised that to marry, he needed a regular job, which made improving his literacy and other skills. He'd run away from school and then from Ireland. And although very bright, didn't have formal education at all. A schoolmaster let him sit in on classes with quite small children on a bench. I think that's history, not my imagination, but I wouldn't swear to it. Anyway, in time, he successfully won the coveted railway job, which did allow him to start a family, 6 children. In the next generation, both our parents and some siblings went to university. My father became a Rhodes Scholar despite class, Irish background, and rumours of bohemian tendencies. Not a good idea in Scottish Presbyterian Dunedin, where he was at university. Efforts to grasp what it meant when letters home took months. and how travel times had changed since Ellen Silk's trip, combined to make history and geography real to us. We also knew something of colonial history, especially in relation to Ireland. We knew about the repression of the Irish language and the hedge schools where forbidden knowledge was passed on, about the famine, about migration, about those left behind. My father sang mournful or fierce Irish songs in the shower, or in the evening singing friends visited like Paddy Costello or Reggie Smith. These songs would also come up. My mother's, along with Reggie's Communist Party songs actually, and Paddy's beautiful Irish tenor, that traditional repertoire. We heard the great stories of Irish mythology, told or read to us by my mother. We had children's books about Irish children, like Patricia Lynch's The Turf Cutter's Donkey, 1934, with wonderful illustrations by Jack B. Yeats, brother of the poet. In our teens, we went to Irish language classes, although only Delia, my middle sister, stuck with it. She went to Irish summer school for several years, where you did classes in the morning and farming in the afternoon, and later on in China, where she was for years, made comparisons. We saw ourselves as Irish and New Zealand. Our home life was unlike that of schoolmates and seemed to us much more interesting. We all read all the time. Where Raphael sought political, as did Raph obviously, but where Raphael sought political and theoretical explanations from his elders, our questions were more literary and linguistic. Our parents were somewhat bohemian. They kept open house, not unlike his Aunt Miriam, but with the local pub as annex. Regular pub sessions accommodated overflow, as well as providing a social routine and lightening my mother's domestic load. She didn't have to cook interminable meals for people and wash up. Weekend visitors included, often from poets from London, included the Irish poets Louis MacNeice and Bertie Rogers, besides Kiwis passing through, New Zealanders passing through, or Irish friends. Coming back to the Childhood History Workshop, it was, of course, one of a series. You've had the image one for that. By 1972, the workshop had a general pattern. Planning the topic and programme was shared between Raphael and a student group, which would include some in their second year and others just starting. Because they were only 2-year courses, as I mentioned, there was a slight problem of continuity and membership, but it was managed, and sometimes students went on being organised after they'd finished, especially if, like Alan Hawkins, they went on to university locally. Practical organisation, ticket sales, finding billets, sorting food, stewarding, etc., would pull in more students. Speakers included students reporting on research projects most likely related to their local and cultural backgrounds or their work and political interests. Former students sometimes continued their involvement, Alan Hawkins, Sally Alexander, David Morgan, Stan Shipley, and Ruskin colleagues like David Selborne, or Oxford locals like Tim Mason, a founding workshop editor, or Mary Pryor, or Brian Harrison, Andrew Lincoln, and also members of, they were involved, and also members of a broad support network of left historians, Gareth Stedman Jones, Christopher Hill, Gwyn Williams, Delia Davin. The balance between Ruskin and non-Ruskin speakers varied. Speakers and participants might come from adult education and sometimes the labour movement, as well as schools, teacher training colleges and universities. Continuity across the series of workshops arose from Raphael's constant attention and his involvement at every level. His views on teaching and on history, his commitment to the students, the breadth of his interests, his phenomenal networks, his endless telephone calls, and above all, his huge enthusiasm powered the 6th history workshop as it had the precursors. And these, I'm skating over all this, but in many writings about Raphael, there's much more developed accounts, and particularly an Australian book called, I think, the Histories of Raphael Samuel, or something like that. But if you look up the histories of Raphael Samuel, I'm sure you'll find it. And it goes chapter by chapter through different aspects of his education and upbringing and activism. I found it very helpful and interesting. Going back to History Workshop, 1976, however, some important differences between that and its predecessors nevertheless appeared. One was the influence of feminism. Women students were still very much a minority at Ruskin, and the prevailing culture was masculine. Many students lacked confidence, not only women, but especially, I think. But the women's liberation movement was taking shape, and as happened with me in Ruskin, in Warwick, was helping develop practice and confidence. Size is one of the most obvious differences between this conference and the ones before, although that's complicated because you don't have a lot of attendance numbers. Anyway, this one was undoubtedly larger than its predecessor, it probably double at a guess, maybe 1,000 rather than 500-600. Ruskin's Buxton Hall was no longer big enough. As the numbers registering grew, adjustments were made, and to relieve congestion in the program and accommodate numbers, as information on the first day explained, the program had been split and overflow or alternative meetings arranged. A map handout, which you may be able to see, showed the locations both for the extra meetings to be held in a nearby Baptist Hall, the Playhouse, OUP's, Oxford University Presses, Clarendon Institute, and Blackfriars, the Catholic Institute in St Giles. The floors available for sleeping on were at colleges: St Peter's, St Anthony's, where Tim Mason was based, Balliol, where Raphael had been a student and Christopher Hill was master, and Nuffield. I've forgotten who had a link there, but somebody will have. Or they were in St Margaret's Hall, a church hall, quote, next Anchor pub, you can see that under the map, I think, and St Barnabas Church in Jericho. All were nearby anyway, they were all supposedly 5 minutes walk away, some might say a bit longer. And a creche was available nearby, but I don't know how many used it and don't have any records about it. Unlike the next Women's History workshop where there was a creche from which we have photographs, and we know that Stuart Hall, for instance, was one of those minding the kids. Bread, cheese, beer and pickled onion, the usual history workshop fare, were on sale in lunch breaks, and the college bar in the basement was kept busy, especially in the evenings. Even before the rejigging of the programme to allow repetitions and additions, the pattern of speakers at History Workshop 6 was changing. History Workshop 4 had 7 sessions with 16 speakers, 11 from Ruskin. History Workshop 5 had 7 sessions again, but with 13 speakers, 7 Ruskin. History Workshop 6 before the rejigging had 10 sessions with 18 chairs and speakers who were from Ruskin and 21 who were not. Besides having more speakers and more from outside Ruskin, History Workshop 6 had more sessions than previous workshops. This was achieved by using Friday evening, starting at 10 in the morning rather than 11 or even 11:15, and by going late, especially for fringe activities. Some of these had actually been pioneered by the Women's Liberation Conference previously. On Friday evening, History Workshop Theatre and Innovation was scheduled from 9:30 to 11, with Kathy Hodgkins, the overseers, and 3 class plays introduced by Raphael's colleague, David Selborne, about which I remember nothing because I would have been at the overseers. On Saturday evening, after a session from 7:30 and 9:30 came films, The Childhood of Maxim Gorky, Zéro de Conduite, and Les Quatre Sans Coups. And at the same time, so dividing the punters, folk song and party. Even on Sunday, the concluding session, Children's Liberation and Socialism, ended only at 7. So these were marathon days. I'm saying the times and you're perhaps seeing them on the programs, but just imagine starting at 9:30 and finishing at midnight. I think people did come and go. Now I'm turning to the children because Raphael and and the Ruskin students were all important in the development of this history workshop in particular, but so too were the children. To an extent in the preparation, which I'll talk about separately, but also, well, no, I won't here. Children were caught up in history workshop too. What's the time? When several of us were doing paste up, copy editing, and final production tasks for the second history workshop pamphlet. It can't be, it must be session. No, for the second history workshop pamphlet, Sally Alexander's St. Giles's Fair, 1830 to 1914, Popular Culture and the Industrial Revolution in 19th Century Oxford, 1970. Editorial work alternated with entertaining Sally's young daughter, Abigail, then I think about 3, which I got much involved in. As our children grew older, mine already were a bit older, they helped stuff envelopes with flyers, sat behind stalls at history workshops and other gatherings, and joined in discussions of various projects before and during workshops. They were especially enthusiastic about Dave Marston's work on the children's strike of 1911, later the 8th history workshop pamphlet in 1973, and they loved the play based on it, which Fall In and Follow Me, which was performed at the Radical Half Moon Theatre in Aldgate. Again, there's an image of the pamphlet and also the cast list for the play. I'm hoping to track down someone who was there, but I haven't managed yet. For me, a highlight of the childhood workshop was the Friday evening performance of The Overseers, a play written by 10-year-old Kathy, and acted by Ruskin student Alan Hawkins, who she called the obvious choice to play the wicked overseer, with rebellious factory children, Kathy and Mick, Sally's Abigail, Carla and Daniel, whose mother Carla Mitchell was a friend, and Sheba Fombio, whose mother Ilona Halverstadt was also a friend and who took photographs. So here we have Ilona's photographs showing the wicked overseer and the rebellious factory children. Much of it, Kate says, was improvised. I remember the gusto with which Alan chased the children around the stage, waving belt or stick and roaring imprecations, and the defiance of the children, and also the giggles of both adult and child participants at certain moments. They too, the children too, met Ruskin students both in Oxford and in London, and not only at work in relation to workshops. Alan was one of their favourite adults, Kathy recalled at his memorial in 2018, warm, engaged and humorous, and with a great zest and energy about him. He was the centre of the folk song evenings that accompanied workshops all through the 1970s, and for me were probably the highlight of the events. For me, Alan was history workshop in a real sense. This is Kate as an adult historian speaking. He embodied that early history workshop ethos, democratic, imaginative, innovative and egalitarian, making space for all voices in plays and song, young and old, and also its gregarious, communicative and creative practice of history. My children's involvement was particularly close because of the overlap in the Elder Street household between home and workshop activities, politics and work, however one defines it, and to an extent, the blurring of boundaries between student and teacher, adult and child. Another memory from Kathy, also from Alan's memorial, may serve as an illustration of this. The kick Alan clearly got out of being the wicked overseer had another lease of life in the mid-70s when, at a slightly complicated moment in a number of our lives, Dom, Mick and I were dividing the week between several parental households, but living most of the week with Raphael in Spitalfields. And for a while, Alan was part of that household too. I may say that my memory on this can hardly be reliable, because in my memory, we had both Alan and Michael Ignatieff living in the house at the same time as Raphael and the three of us. And on a purely physical level, I can't see how that would have been possible. This house had 5 rooms, one on each floor, with windows back and front, because it had housed Spitalfields weaving workers. Still, he was definitely there enough to be a significant figure in the poster wars that erupted between the adults and children in the house, with both sides claiming to be hideously oppressed and exploited by the other. I'm not sure how clear this is going to be to read. I hope you can read it. It's a poster from the National Union of Adults, and we're pretty sure it was written by Alan. Documentary evidence suggests Alan may have been the founder of the notorious National Union of Adults with its memorable slogan, agitate, organise, repress. The adults got a lot of subversive fun out of occupying the position of the oppressor for a change. But I think the switching of roles was a lovely part of the breadth of the relationships of people's understandings of things, of identity even. It's and this poster was part of a series of regular postings, possibly an influence from Chinese wall newspapers, which I think I might have started with my rota for household tasks, where I identified the different household tasks, and then there were columns where people, a grid, where anybody who did something could tick it off for the job and the date with their initials. Another issue I remember was garlic crushers, when I think that crossed, was that children anti and adults pro, or were there some on each side? No, but those who washed up, but no, that included me, hated garlic crushers, and those who didn't thought they were very handy. And that too provoked a lot of poster conflict. I ran out here of time, not of ideas, but what I want to do is to go back to that title of the workshop and suggest that embodied in it, although we didn't discuss it at the workshop and I haven't discussed it here, there is a conflict. So childhood in history is not the same as children's liberation. And the early women's historians, Sheila, for instance, did a lot of hunting for women's militancy in the past to counter the suggestion that they didn't do this or that now. And I think there was a bit of that about childhood history to try and that's why we took such delight in the children's strikes and looked for other and apprentice riots in the 17th century. There were other examples, obviously, of children's militancy, although sometimes it's to do with who's a child and who isn't, which again is something we haven't discussed. And at what point does it stop being children who are rioting apprentices, since apprentices could be rather older. Anyway, paralleling or in conflict with childhood in history is children's liberation, and that's, I think, where people are going back looking for militancy, whereas childhood in history, they were quite often turning out to be not victims, but certainly not in much, well, sometimes victims, and not in any much position of power. So I think in going on with this discussion, which everybody will be doing in the next couple of days, and in the chat rooms and the breakout rooms, and no doubt on the train on the way home. I know you won't be on the train on the way home, but anyway, no doubt outside the symposium. I think that the difference and conflict between looking at the history of childhood and thinking about potential liberation of children has parallels with the progress of women's history, and indeed of Black and minority histories of various kinds as well, and will be very fruitful to develop. I'm sorry for a patchy ending, but I hope you didn't get too confused by all the people.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, as Melanie said earlier. My name is Nick Surratt, and I teach at the University of Kansas, though I am zooming into you today from Owl's Head, Maine, the ancestral home of the Wabanaki people. I'm also the vice president of the Society for the History of Children and Youth, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to the second session of today's program, and the first to consider one of our broad themes. That theme is definitions, and Anna actually alluded to definitions of childhood in the talk that she just gave to us. So we devised this session to consider some of the latest scholarship that examines the questions, and a number of them, but the primary question, who is a child? Who decides and what influences that decision, and what are the consequences of that decision? To that end, we have 3 papers that will consider this question or these questions from a variety of angles. By interrogating the supposed neutrality and universality of chronological age itself, the means by which we determine who a child is, by examining the intersection of race with age and childhood, and finally, by looking at gender and sexuality as they impact girls' access to the perquisites of childhood. I'll introduce the speakers just before they speak. Each speaker will have 20 minutes, which should leave us with about a half an hour at the end for questions. There's no commentary from me, so it'll just be a conversation between the speakers and all of you. So our first speaker is Corrie Decker. Decker is an associate professor of history at the University of California, Davis. Her first book, Mobilizing Zanzibari Women, The Struggle for Respectability and Self-Reliance in Colonial East Africa, investigates Muslim girls' education and women's professionalization in East Africa. She also co-authored the book, The Idea of Development in Africa, A History, published by Cambridge in 2020. Her work also appears in the American Historical Review, Past and Present, the Journal of Women's History, Africa Today, and other journals and edited volumes. Decker is currently writing a book on rituals of maturation in East Africa, and her paper today is entitled Custom, Law, and the Limits of Chronological Age. Corrie, take it away.
Hi, good morning from where I am. It's so great to see you all, and thank you so much, Nick, for putting this panel together, and I'm really excited to be here. So today I want to talk about a project that is related to a book I'm writing titled The Age of Sex, Custom, Law, and Ritual in East Africa, which is about the impact of indigenous customs on legal systems governing age of consent and other cases where the age and maturity of young people mattered. My research highlights the limitations of age-based laws and the problems of focusing too much on chronological age without investigating how it is constructed, deployed, and sometimes completely ignored. Age-based laws seemed arbitrary and irrelevant to people in colonial East Africa who did not calculate age in numerical terms. Even when and where they did, numerical age was far less important than achievement of the social and cultural benchmarks for maturation. Yet age-based laws did matter in the sense that they instilled colonial and nationalist hegemonic ideas of the universal individual, and who was and who was not included in the definition of the universal, as we know from studies of liberalism like Ude Meta's work and others. These laws standardized ideas of the universal subject, and the child emerged as a particular protected category alongside the worker, for example, as Abosede George has pointed out. And these laws mattered as part of a civilizing discourse about protection and control that was at once enforcing Western concepts of legal personhood and excluding subjects or non-citizens from the rights and protections implied in that idea. And of course, the other papers on this panel speak very directly to this issue. I want to talk about the limitations of chronological age, not only because it became a tool for such exclusions, and it certainly did in colonial East Africa, but because of the way its appearance in legal codes obscured the day-to-day functioning of courts, wherever officials had to translate chronological age into local ideas of age and maturation, and vice versa. This was a space for both the rhetorical imposition of imperial power and the challenging of this power by child and adult colonial subjects, non-citizens. Discourses of childhood have been enmeshed in imperial, racist, sexist, and homophobic interventions, but as literary scholar Odora Bora argues, childhood itself, quote, is not restrained by such episodes. Rather, it seeks to inhabit transcendental worlds where imperial or hegemonic approaches are challenged. So until the 1989 United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child declared that a child is any person under the age of 18, there existed no global or even international consensus on the definition of childhood. Around the world, the end of childhood was marked by rituals of maturation like first communions, bar mitzvahs, and quinceañeras. These practices merged with chronological age in the modern era, but originally many celebrated biological or social benchmarks. This was true for pre-colonial East Africa. Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda is where I do most of my research, where rites of passage charted one's movement up the age grade ladder toward elderhood. Since the time of European colonialism in the region, from the 1890s to the 1960s, the coexistence of rites of passage and chronological age regulations, especially age of consent laws, has generated much confusion. The question about how to define childhood sparked extensive debate about gender, race, and development. Ultimately, it came down to the age of sex. At what age is a girl ready for sex? When should a boy be allowed to have sex? How can one pinpoint when girls and boys have reached such ages in a society that did not calculate age in terms of the number of years a person has been alive? In attempting to answer these questions about the age of sex, British colonial authorities in East Africa overseeing juvenile sex cases had to make sense of rites of passage or indigenous customs of coming of age. Rites of passage were the most common rituals celebrating the maturation of young people in many parts of the pre-1900 world. What constituted rites of passage entailed a wide variety of practices that might include renaming, knocking out teeth, scarification, circumcision, periods of seclusion, instruction in manners, vocational training, singing and dancing, and other celebrations corresponding to specific life stages or achievements. Rites of passage were performed not only to mark one's departure from childhood, however that was defined, but also at other key life events, such as marriage, the birth of the first child, attainment of elder status. Similar rituals signified one's entry into a secret society, a religious brotherhood, or a community of healers. They marked the inaugurations of chiefs and kings and the passage of the deceased into the world of ancestors and spirits. Despite the existence of many customs and practices marking important life transitions, however, ethnographic accounts about East African cultures fixated on what they called puberty rites as the most important custom in determining identity and belonging. And it was these texts that directly affected how Western audiences and British colonial officials answered questions about the age of sex in East Africa. Rites of passage also played a key role in the development of modern theories of adolescence and sexual maturation. Psychologists such as Sigmund Freud and G. Stanley Hall consulted ethnographies about non-Western rites of passage in attempting to understand how, quote, primitive societies managed to avoid the storm and stress of modern youth. In the context of social Darwinist recapitulation theories that Africans were an adolescent race who matured earlier and were more prone to sexual promiscuity than Europeans, puberty rites solved the mystery of the age of sex, mainly how and when Africans became sexually promiscuous. While the racist implications about African precocity and promiscuity originated with Europeans, however, both African and Western authors had a hand in generating assumptions about puberty rites, and ethnography was integral to this process. Most of the ethnographers writing about East Africa in the 19th and early 20th century were Europeans with limited understandings of African cultures. Writing explicitly for Western audiences, they sought to translate East African coming-of-age customs into Western age chronologies, but they often overlooked the broad range of social and cultural signification of rites of passage. Read collectively, ethnographic accounts of puberty rites fixated on bodily transformations like menstruation, or the onset of menstruation, and circumcision, often occurring at adolescence in East Africa. These were considered the end of childhood. East African puberty rites appear to emphasize girls' biological puberty and boys' rituals of pain, like circumcision. Both manifest in physical transformations in and on the body. The conflation of East African rites of passage with puberty and puberty with racial and gender discourses about sexuality shaped how teachers, preachers, doctors, census takers, police officers, lawyers, and most importantly for me, judges imposed chronological age standards on young East Africans. The reductionist production of knowledge about custom had the greatest impact in age of consent court cases involving young people whose chronological ages were unknown. Over the course of the 20th century, rituals of maturation moved from the initiation camp to the courtroom, reconfiguring maturation into female sexual ability and male sexual rights. In some cases, court-ordered medical examinations determined girls' biological and sexual status, which then resolved the question of boys' and men's guilt in suspected sex crimes. In other cases, boys found guilty of sexual assault, including unnatural offense, faced corporal punishment as a physical reminder of their transgressions. These court rituals, both the biological reading of girls' bodies and physical scarring of boys' bodies, mimicked rites of passage in which puberty and pain, respectively, remade immature girls and boys into heteronormative and procreative women and men. The ethnographic dilution of rites of passage into puberty rites celebrating young people's sexual transformations undergirded the implementation of chronological age standards, thus ushering in what I call the age of sex as both a literal characteristic and a metaphorical concept in governance and law. Both customs and laws were abstract ideals enacted through highly symbolic rituals performed on the bodies of girls and boys. Contestations over customs in debates about sexuality and youth were prevalent, where the question of preserving or adapting custom was essential to day-to-day colonial administration and the implementation of colonial laws. The relationship between African cultures and colonial rule has been a topic of public and scholarly debate in Africa for more than a century. Collecting, preserving, and analyzing information about custom, what I describe as ethnography broadly defined, has been essential to these debates. Ethnography informed official versions of customs, and those versions in turn became codified into customary law. And many historians have argued over how and to what extent the colonial codification of customary law engendered an invention of African cultures and identities. In British colonial East Africa, customary law and indigenous authority structures were essential to the implementation of indirect rule. In areas where the British acknowledged existing political structures, such as the Zanzibar Islands and the Buganda Kingdom in Uganda, administrators co-opted them directly into the colonial system. Elsewhere, the British either recognized local chiefs or headmen or appointed new ones to serve as intermediaries between them and the general population. Europeans looked primarily to male authorities and elders for official versions of custom that might serve as a point of reference for customary courts, which dealt mostly with civil and other minor criminal cases. New British colonial laws, initially the Indian Penal Code imported into East Africa from the British Raj in India, dictated the terms on which colonial courts dealt with many criminal cases, as well as any case involving a, quote, non-native. Legal pluralism, the coexistence of customary law, or in some cases Islamic law, and colonial law existed in all East African British colonial territories. Legal pluralism triggered much confusion then and now, and contemporary legal debates in East Africa continue to interrogate the apparent incongruity between customs and laws. So my research focuses on the impact of custom on colonial and early post-colonial judicial practices rather than the codification of customary law per se. Colonial officials relied on assumptions about custom as well as racist double standards in African legal cases, even while claiming to apply theoretically universal liberalist ideals of individual human rights. This legal discrimination of African subjects in colonial courts highlights what Elizabeth Thornberry calls the, quote, rhetorical instability of colonial concepts of sexuality and criminality. In other words, British judges in East Africa looked to custom to help them estimate the age and maturity status of people who appeared to be juveniles. And even where chronological age information was apparent, the question of a person's status, whether child, young person, or adult, and whether the accused was guilty or innocent, often rested on the judge's assumptions about sexual beliefs and customs rather than a direct application of legal age stipulations. In the 1920s and 30s, the British revised the East African penal codes and implemented new laws and regulations designed to protect children and young people brought before the courts as either victims or perpetrators. These laws came on the heels of moral outcries, episodes of public debate about female circumcision in Kenya, forced marriage in Tanganyika, child marriage in Zanzibar, the sexual immorality of youth in Uganda, and other issues. These are, of course, colonial perspectives. While European activists and missionaries urged the British to institute laws that protected children from indigenous customs, British authorities overseeing court cases often relied on custom or their idea of custom in applying these laws to individuals. Despite the introduction and enforcement of age of consent and other juvenile protection laws, British legal authorities defaulted to ethnographic stereotypes about East African customs of sexual maturation to interpret the behavior of individuals. These colonial legal practices did not end with colonialism, but bled into the 1960s and 70s after East African nations gained independence. These nations eventually adopted international child rights norms and chronological age standards in the late 20th century, but debates about custom continued to complicate the enforcement of age-based laws or child protection laws. Misunderstandings about gender, age, and maturation frustrated colonial judges' attempts to apply laws regarding age of consent for sex or marriage and age of criminal responsibility. Analyzing the 1929 Child Marriage Restraint Act in India, historian Ishita Pandey urges scholars to recognize the ways in which legislation that appears to target girls also determined the, quote, boundaries and contours of boyhood. While East African age of consent laws did not explicitly determine the age of marriage for boys, as occurred in India, British colonial courts instituted its own sex age system, as she calls it, that made female and male maturation mutually constitutive in that the maturity status of a female, quote, victim directly determined the innocence or guilt of the male suspect. In theory, these cases came down to the girl's chronological age and puberty status, but actual assessments often rested on officials' interpretation of local customs and beliefs regarding age, maturation, and sexuality. Similarly, when boys were accused of sexually assaulting other boys or European girls, the age-based stipulations in the juvenile offenders ordinances became mere suggestions. Though legally boys under the age of 14 were not capable of having sex, officials severely punished quote, underage boys who seemed to defy both colonial laws and African customs. When found guilty, the courts mimicked the pain rituals of puberty rites by subjecting those boys to corporal punishment. In the legal sphere, ethnographic stereotypes about East African rites of passage thus emerged as biological and physical facts about girls' and boys' bodies. The medicalization of puberty rights in colonial discourse and practice provided a backdrop against which authorities could interpret and implement legal regulations governing the protection and criminalization of children and youth. Ultimately, the judicial processing of girls and boys constituted a new ritual of maturation in East Africa, one that mimicked what colonial officials considered the essential components of puberty rights. Reading the bodies of African girls for evidence of sexual development and availability for sex and marriage recalled the traditional celebration of menarche, the onset of menstruation. Likewise, marking the bodies of African boys who engaged in the, quote, wrong kind of sex through corporal punishment replayed the painful ritual of circumcision, symbolizing a boy's transformation into a heterosexual man who's grown out of these childish habits and who is rewarded with sexual access to African girls and women. These reductionist ideas of custom became justification for excluding Africans from the basic protections afforded children in rights-based laws, justifying officials' tendency to disregard chronological ages. This reflected the deeply racist, patriarchal, and homophobic colonial system designed to maintain order through manufactured inequalities. At the same time, East Africans were savvy about the implications behind chronological age and the assumptions officials held about their customs. Young people often made explicit claims about their chronological ages. Numerical references they knew had legal implications. Some young people claimed maturity as evidence of their right to make their own decisions about sex or marriage, while others claimed immaturity to force the state to intervene in cases of unwanted sex or marriage. This interplay between custom and law highlights the limitations of using chronological age as a category of historical analysis. Age is as important to understanding history as gender and race and class and all of the categories, but we cannot take for granted the definitive references to chronological ages in the historical record. Doing so reinforces the fiction of hegemonic institutional power and obscures the fact that those recording those ages relied on social, cultural, political, economic, or medical assumptions that may or may not have aligned with the self-perceptions of historical subjects. As with changing ideas about race, gender, and sexuality, age is a constructed and persistently, frustratingly fluid category of analysis. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Corrie. I wanted to remind people, many of you are going to know this already, but if you want to see the speaker featured in your Zoom as opposed to the whole gallery, you can go to the top right, the view, and just click on speaker there. I'm now going to introduce our next speaker, who is Crystal Lynn Webster, an assistant professor of history at the University of British Columbia. Her research focuses on Black children in early America. Her book, Beyond the Boundaries of Childhood, African-American Children in the Antebellum North, was published by the University of North Carolina Press in June of 2021. Webster is currently writing her second book, Condemned: How America's First Courts and Prisons Terrorized Black Children. Her writing has appeared in the Washington Post, the New York Times, and Black Perspectives, and her paper is entitled Racial Exclusions of Childhood: Paradoxes of Adultification and Infantilization of Black Children. Crystal.
Thank you so much, Nick, for that introduction and for organizing this panel. I'm going to go ahead and attempt to share my screen, which looks like I might be having some challenges already. Let's see.
I think that Will made you a co-host, which should allow for it.
Yeah, it's a Zoom problem on my end. So
Okay.
I'm just going to go ahead and get started.
Okay.
They're not essential. So I'm going to start with a story of a fugitive slave. In 1854, Mildred Ann Jackson fled slavery in New Orleans. As she escaped, she capitalized on her skills as a seamstress and blended into an industry and region where free people of color lived and worked alongside enslaved. Perhaps she worked overtime to develop such skills in order to escape, and it is likely that Jackson, a married woman of 26 years of age, ran away to live with her husband. While it is unknown if she ultimately lived the rest of her life as a free woman, it is documented that her former enslaver, an F.M. Fisk, pursued her persistently. Fisk placed at least 16 advertisements in the local newspaper for her capture and return. While Jackson showed skill and courage by planning and executing her own escape in the face of grave danger and punishment if caught, her enslaver sought to rob her of these triumphs with the advertisements for her capture, which used language that evoked fear, dehumanization, and possession. According to the advertisement, Jackson was not a skilled, married, self-emancipated Black woman. She perpetually belonged to her enslaver, who referred to her persistently as, quote, my girl Mildred. So today I'm going to talk about two archives from the 19th century to explore these paradoxes of infantilization and adultification for African Americans. And these archives are the fugitive slave advertisements and prison records and narratives. Both archives are incredibly useful for scholars of race and childhood, yet they're equally complicated. They illustrate the ways in which dominant society ascribed terms for African American children and adults designated for different age groups for which they did not belong, and the ways in which they did so in very paradoxical ways at the same time. The fugitive slave advertisements are one of the clearest archival representations of a rhetorical space through which enslavers constructed a new language of white supremacy by assigning fugitives identities simultaneously as girls, boys, children, women, men, wenches, and brutes, regardless of their ages. And in their establishment of prisons and sentencing procedures, society made real and physical the rhetorical devices of white supremacy by trapping children inside new definitions of childhood development, which denied them of their childhoods within the prison. Both of these archives demonstrate the promises and the challenges facing scholars of Black childhood. And they also reveal the ways in which there are archives for these topics and that they're very rich archives, but at the same time, they're very fraught. And for these reasons, scholars have to come up with creative methodological solutions for locating and understanding the historical lives of Black children. These methodological solutions will enrich the field of history of childhood and youth. Dominant society applied definitions of childhood and adulthood to African Americans tenuously and strategically based on several different motivations. The primary forms and clear, consistent usage of terms for African Americans in the 18th and 19th centuries related directly to the commodification of enslaved labor and bodies, associating age and physical development with financial value. Enslaved people were categorized based on age at the moment of their capture and sale into slavery on the continent of Africa. And Shawande Mustakim's meticulous research on the Middle Passage reveals that whites categorized enslaved people into 6 labels: men, boys, men, boys, women, women, girls, and girls. Enslavers and traders concentrated on physical features of captives, including height, youthful look, breast, size of genitals, gray hair, all to, quote, determine the categories within which they were not only assessed, but financially and socially valued. And in doing so, Mustakim illustrates that they conceptualize age into 2 groups representative of the most common binaries used to measure Black human commodities. The auction and sale of enslaved people into slavery relied upon similar attention to physical development, which age was also an important element for commodification. Dinah Ramey Berry has shown that enslavers did measure and document the ages of enslaved as a measure of the value of their lives. Documents of enslaved children exist in private papers, bill of sales, federal records, and on plantations that recorded enslaved births. Enslavers, according to Berry, quote, appraised enslaved with monetary value that typically increased as they aged. Distinctions in gender and physical development were far more critical to enslavers than distinctions between childhood and adulthood. And milestone of difference in value of a child was age 10, which was the moment in which they could enter the workforce. Outside of the geographic regions where slavery dominated in the United States, age also held a particular meaning as integral to the process of emancipation. In states where gradual emancipation led to the end of slavery, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey, age and maturity indicated the time at which an enslaved person should be indentured into servitude as a child and then emancipated as an adult. And this is what my first book is about. With these laws, society defined African American children as those under the ages of 21, 25, or even as old as 28. These categorizations indicate how enslavers in dominant society paid close attention to age and development of African Americans, but in ways not always considering or applying standard definitions of childhood. Modern ideas of childhood and treatment of children therefore centered racist ideas of innocence, which were coded as white, and dominant society applied legal definitions of childhood and adulthood erroneously to African Americans. African American children were criminalized as adult, sentenced to adult prisons, while white children's status was increasingly defined and protected legally. So within both of these archives and databases, they offer a rich depiction of age. The fugitive slave advertisements are unique in that the authors deployed different terms for women, girls, and children in ways that were both precise about the ages of fugitives, while at the same time imprecise about defining who was a child and who was an adult. They often use terms assigned to children and adults interchangeably, particularly referring to fugitives as girls and boys. And at times, the advertisements obfuscated and refused to reveal the age and adulthood of fugitives directly. However, they did signal to the reader in other ways that the formerly enslaved were children, adults, or elderly. And through this use of complex webs of descriptors, enslavers preferred to reproduce racial hierarchies within the advertisement at the expense of a precision of language that might aid in recapture of enslaved. African American men were commonly identified as boys within these advertisements, more often than not. And with this form of infantilization, enslavers attempted to hold firmly to the restraints of slavery while they dealt with the clear breach of control and ownership of African Americans vis-a-vis their own fugitivity. They expressed anxiety with identifying enslaved men clearly as adults and men, and this was even more aggravated when Black men escaped through complex and elaborate plots. For example, in 1854, an enslaved man named Austin escaped from slavery in Mississippi after he boarded a steamboat. The advertisement which sought Austin's capture described his physical attributes in great detail, that he was 140 pounds, of a yellow complexion. And the advertiser himself claimed that he had purchased Austin while he was in Alabama and that he was a, quote, good cook, barber, carriage driver with a scar on his left cheek and quite sprightly. However, while the advertisement was detailed about Austin's physical attributes, Austin was also described as a boy. For his enslaver, Austin's boyhood served to mediate his skills of being able to manufacture this escape. Another enslaved man, Henry, who also escaped by way of steamboat, was described as the Black boy Henry. The enslaver John Doerr clarified Henry's multiple names, but made sure to identify consistently throughout the advertisement him as a boy. According to the logic of slavery, enslaved people were meant to be emotionally and mentally stagnated. Infantilization, both on the plantation and in advertisement, reinforced this pro-slavery discourse and thought. Both Austin and Henry's enslavers infantilized them as a way to cope and come to terms with their escapes. However, by identifying the way in which enslaved men escaped, white enslavers were forced to acknowledge the cunning and intelligent qualities of fugitives. In their quest to recover enslaved property, enslavers attempted to reconcile these contradicting phenomena, the fact that these were grown men that they needed to catch, and that they shouldn't have had the mental capacity to escape in the first place. And they did this through language of white supremacy by referring to enslaved men as boys. Enslavers therefore mobilized a kind of double age as a way to ease their own anxieties. Language of infantilization also worked in ways that allowed enslavers to claim fugitive slaves as their own property while reinforcing racial hierarchies of control upon which the institution of slavery depended by using possessive language of paternal ownership over their girls and boys. In the most common and unusual paradoxical advertisements, boy and man could be used to describe the same person at the same time. For example, John Peter, who escaped slavery in West Point, Georgia, was described as a Negro man, but at the same time, he was also a boy of 50 years old. Other escapees and fugitives were also described as boys, but in ways that highlighted physical prowess and potential danger, describing in detail their weight as well as their complexion. According to racist paternalism to which enslavers ascribed, fugitives could be duly dangerous and violent, but also whites' property and responsibility, their girls and boys. And these advertisements attempted for the audience who were reading them to evoke both fear and dependency, a paradox that was reconciled through this language of infantilization. At the same time as fugitive slave advertisements that were dominating media in the US, whites in the US North made legal contradictory treatment of Black children through criminal punishment. Black children in the North during the colonial and early Republican period experienced marginalization in all areas of life, including in the criminal courts, even outside of the slave South. Although there were legal precedents that considered all people under the age of 7 as children incapable of committing a crime and over the age of 14 as adults, these legal definitions of childhood were not applied consistently to Black children. When many Black children were charged with committing crimes, they were considered fully accountable even at young ages. African-American children and young adults, primarily those between the ages of 13 and 17, made up a sizable number of the population in newly established prisons. At the same time that legal definitions were evolving to protect white children from incarceration, Black children were not admitted to juvenile reformatories that protected these children and were instead sent directly to adult prisons. Some of the prisons where they were incarcerated developed into infamous sites of crime and punishment, including New York's Newgate Prison and Pennsylvania's Eastern State Penitentiary. I'm going to focus on the records from New York and Newgate Prison, which opened in 1797 as the state's first large-scale prison. Newgate was influenced by the criminal reform movement, but adjusted and refined many penal practices, including its extensive use of prison labor. In the years following its opening, statistical data from a review of the institution found that African Americans constituted 1/3 of the prisoners, while being just 1/20th of the state population. In 1800, 2 Black girls, Dinah and Mary, were incarcerated. Both girls were just 13 when they were sent to Newgate. Mary Williams was also sentenced that year for petty larceny, and Dinah served a drastically harsh life sentence for burglary. Most white adults and children rarely served these types of sentences for such offenses. And one girl, Harriet Monroe, was 17 and also arrested for burglary and sentenced to life. That year, 5 out of 15 incarcerated Black females were children, all under the age of 17, and all of them were categorized as Black women. The data preserved in the archival records of Newgate is unusual also in that it contains details about the prisoners' races, crimes, as well as their ages. And this data details paint a stark portrait of racial inequality, compounded by gender and age in the sentencing and criminal courts of the early Republic. In 1800, there were a total of 245 white men at Newgate and 21 white women. There were 64 Black men and 15 Black women, making them 18% and 4% of the total prison population. Black men made up a gravely disproportionate amount or number of the prison population, but these statistics are even more drastic when age is taken into account. 4 of the 245 white men at Newgate were under the age of 18, while 5 of the 64 Black men were not in fact men, but were boys and children. The rate of incarceration is even greater for Black girls, who made up 33% of Black females imprisoned. These prison records challenge the idea that children were not sent to adult prisons after the creation of juvenile reformatories. In fact, only white children were spared from this process, and Black children were adultified in systems of criminal punishment. By infantilizing adults and adultifying children, whites reinforced white supremacy through the law, punishment, and even sought to intimidate the enslaved from running away. Referring to enslaved adults as girls and boys and Black children as hypersexual or criminal were powerful ways that enslavers and criminal reformers reinforced systems of white supremacy. This language transformed off the words of newspaper articles and fugitive slave advertisements into physical acts of violence through enslavement and incarceration. Whites therefore took the dehumanizing logic of language, which robbed African Americans of appropriate associations with childhood and adulthood, in their provocation and pursuit of fugitives and criminals. African Americans themselves challenged these associations in their flights to freedom and their efforts to reconstitute their families, as well as their resistance to criminalization. And both records show that Black children existed in unexpected places. In short, both archives challenge ideas about childhood for the time and for today. Fugitive slave advertisements and prison records represent just 2 ways in which scholars of childhood and youth must pay special attention to paradoxes of age of African Americans in order to locate the hidden histories of Black children. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Crystal. Our final speaker today is Ashwini Tambe. Tambe is Director of Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies and Professor of History at George Washington University. She is a scholar of transnational South Asian history, and her books and articles focus on how South Asian societies regulate sexual practices. Her books include Defining Girlhood in India, a Transnational Approach to Sexual Maturity Laws, published by Illinois in 2019, and Codes of Misconduct, Regulating Prostitution in Late Colonial Bombay, published by the University of Minnesota Press, as well as Transnational Feminist Itineraries, published by Duke in 2021 and co-edited with Millie Thayer. She's also the editorial director of Feminist Studies, the oldest US journal of interdisciplinary feminist scholarship. And Ashwini's paper today is entitled Sex, Age, and Politics in Girlhood Studies. Ashwini.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nick. Hi, everyone. So let me just start with a thank you to Nick and to the other organizers for gathering such a terrific group for this workshop. Thanks also to my wonderful co-panelists, colleague Corrie Decker and Crystal Webster, for their enormously stimulating presentations. And to Anna Davin, who earlier today shared such rich recollections. So when Nick invited me to speak, he requested a presentation that, in the spirit of this 50th anniversary, reflected on the state of the field. So I decided to focus on girlhood studies specifically, and I'm going to share with you a trajectory today and close with some parallels that I see with the trajectory of women's and gender studies. And if there's time, situate my own work on India within it. To make things a little easier for you to follow on Zoom, let me see if I can quickly share an outline for you so that you'll know what will happen over the next 15 or 20 minutes. So I'll just try sharing screens right now. Does that work? Yep, okay, great. So this is a quick outline of what I'm going to be covering. So I'll just start with the conceptual provocations for the emergence of a field such as girlhood studies. And then reflect on its early preoccupation with girls' subcultures and agency in particular, and then talk about a parallel strand of research on girls that was taking place in development studies circles in the 1990s in particular. Then I'll reflect on a global turn that took place around 2008 and onwards. And finally close with how contemporary scholarship focuses on age as a mutually constituted category and how it's modified by other categories such as sex and race. And we've just seen examples of that, wonderful examples of that in Corrie and Crystal's presentations. So let me just stop sharing and return to my talk. So to start, the conceptual provocations. So the emergence of girlhood studies addressed really important gaps in histories of childhood and histories of women. As Anna Davin just observed an hour ago, much scholarship on childhood androcentrically treated the experience of boyhood as generically standing in for all childhood. For example, standard histories of late 19th and 20th century childhood focus on how the idea of childhood as a protected phase emerged because child labor in factories declined and how schooling expanded. However, historians of girlhood note that this definition of child labor does not take into account the kinds of domestic labor that girls were expected to perform. Girls were expected to learn household work and carry out caregiving labor for younger siblings from very early in their lives. Anna Davin herself argued in Growing Up Poor that the reliance on the labor of girls in working class households meant that their own experience of childhood was curtailed. Schooling also did not always serve as a route to financial independence for girls in the same ways that it did for boys. For wealthy families, girls' schooling was framed as a site of personal cultivation, and for those who were poor, as a site of disciplining. For most adolescent girls, their sexual potential undercut their experience of childhood. the treatment of puberty as a marker of sexual availability, and the very real possibility of childbearing in contexts where contraception was not available, meant that childhood could be cut short quite dramatically for girls. In my work on India, I focus on how marriage age served as a boundary marker of childhood, given the reproductive responsibilities that ensued. At the same time, full adulthood has remained elusive for women in many contexts around the globe, where racial and gender ideologies have restricted women's access to economic independence or legal rights such as voting or owning property. In effect, sexuality, race, and gender modify the meanings and boundaries of childhood for girls. There were also good reasons that girlhood studies came to be identified as a focus distinct from women's studies. In social movement history, the boundary between girls' issues and women's issues has long been porous. Women have advocated for girls, particularly in campaigns against the sex trade or child marriage, drawing on a well-established maternalist logic. Women's fluid identification across age categories is, of course, understandable. Age is a transitory identity, and most cis women have themselves experienced girlhood at one time. And such activism is important because girls typically have fewer opportunities for public expression. Yet, the conflation of women and girls can obscure the sometimes real distinctions between girls' interests and women's interests. There are a host of problems affecting girls' life chances that women have perpetrated as mothers who are navigating patriarchal contexts. For instance, son preference, or prenatal sex selection, or female infanticide, or neglect of female infants, or female genital cutting, and early and forced marriage. In my book, Defining Girlhood in India, I focus in particular on how parents, including mothers, sought to retain control over their adolescent daughters' sexual and marital choices for as long as possible, and by manipulating age of marriage laws, the enforcement of age of marriage laws. So there are certainly rousing reasons that the girl should be held conceptually separate from women. And indeed, in its most radical iterations, girlhood can convey an implicit critique of reproductive futurity and of the traditional planks of protective maternalism. So much of the early girlhood scholarship focused on girls' cultures and subcultures, on recovering their experiences and identities. In particular, scholars stressed consumption practices and how they generated iconic forms of youthful expressiveness. And this characterized work on girlhood in the Anglo-speaking world, and in particular in the UK and the US. So Angela McRobbie's 1978 work on readers of Jackie magazine and her call for cultural studies to attend to domestic spaces inspired a generation of research on girls' subcultures. Scholars were particularly drawn to countercultural examples of how girls defied gender norms. So now there's a rich knowledge about how consumption practices shaped the rise of identities such as the bobby soxer or flappers. There is scholarship on how consumer practices and advertisers defined the category of the teenager in the aftermath of World War II in the United States. There's scholarship on fandom around fiction series such as Nancy Drew. And some of this work is strikingly anthologized in the 2011 Girls' History and Culture Reader, edited by Miriam Foreman-Brunel and Leslie Paris. And Foreman-Brunel edited the 2001 Girlhood in America and Encyclopedia. Joan Jacobs Brumberg's The Body Project in 1997 also led the way for a history of policing girls' bodies and the history of menstrual hygiene. And a persistent thread in such work is focus on how girls demonstrate agency in resisting and subverting gender norms. Around the same time in the 1980s and 1990s, an entirely different vein of literature on girls emerged in development studies circles, and one that focused on girls as vulnerable and worthy recipients of donor interventions and state policies. So UN, development organizations, and NGO reports took a growing interest in girls as targets. And that grew into a full-fledged turn to investing in girls in the mid-2000s. The so-called girl child became the focus of donor and government efforts to promote education and health. And I trace this history in one chapter of my book, in Defining Girlhood in India. The voluminous reports or gray literature produced on this topic flattened girls into two-dimensional figures who represented only abjection and want. Jackie Kirk, Claudia Mitchell, who incidentally edits the journal Girlhood Studies, and Jackie Reed Walsh argued in 2009 that such reports often pathologize girls as permanently suffering figures. But interestingly, just around the time that this work was published, there was an affective turn in intergovernmental and donor circles towards seeing girls as promising figures and sites of potential investment. There was a blitz of campaigns, such as UN's Girl Up, Nike's Girl Effect, Plan International's Because I'm a Girl, that conveyed various versions of the idea that adolescent girls were the key to ending poverty in their societies. Indeed, one could say that in this period, the figure of the adolescent girl came to replace the figure of the hardworking third world woman in NGO fundraising circles. After all, what donor could resist this combination of vulnerability and promise? By financial logics, the girl was a much more fruitful target than the woman, having more future years to reap the dividends of the spending. Now, such calculations rested on the presumption that girls were inevitably going to reproduce in the future. And this is a point that Michelle Murphy and Catherine Moeller have critiqued really well in their book, in the 2013 and 2018 books. The figure of the vulnerable girl also served a really instrumental logic. It incited interventions that made states and donors look particularly good. But when seen through the eyes of girls themselves, such campaigns frequently added to the burdens placed on girls' shoulders. They exacerbated the responsibilization of girlhood. In 2008, that's when I mark a very distinct global turn in scholarship in girlhood studies. The co-edited collection, Modern Girl Around the World, appeared, and it scrambled this prevailing bifurcation in girlhood studies between the depiction of girls in the United States and the UK as spirited, agential subjects, and in the global South as vulnerable, abject, or highly responsibilized figures. The Modern Girl Around the World volume projected scholarship about girls' consumption practices onto a global canvas, making the argument that advertising shaped identities in multiple sites simultaneously. It focused on the interwar period, and it traced the coeval formation of the youthful, independent, stylish young woman who went by the label of the modern girl in many countries around the globe: Japan, China, India, Germany, South Africa, and the United States. This girl was not burdened by reproductive responsibilities and instead broke social norms and focused on self-cultivation. And this volume showed that spirited resistors were to be found in both colonizing and colonized countries, if one cared to search. The collection was emblematic of a more general turn in girlhood studies towards contexts beyond the US and the UK. The journal called Girlhood Studies had an inaugural issue in 2008 that included articles on Uganda and China. And soon after, Jennifer Helgren and Colleen Vasconcellos' 2009 edited volume, Girlhood, A Global History, and Claudia Mitchell and Carrie Rentschler's Girlhood and the Politics of Place appeared. Yet I noticed that much of the work that was characterized as global contained a sort of implicit drive to assert patterns or similarities in histories of girlhood across geographies. And I'm not sure that that's entirely salutary. I think an urgent preliminary question worth posing over and over is, who gets to count as a girl? What are the racial and class exclusions that are built into supposedly shared features of girlhood? As a discursive formation, girlhood typically constellates qualities such as playfulness, innocence, and vulnerability. But of course, these traits are contingent on social status. It's those who belong to racially dominant or wealthier statuses who enjoy the entitlement to play, families with the means to provide leisure and sheltered conditions. The field of US Black girlhood studies most poignantly shows how traits such as vulnerability have been denied to Black girls as a consequence of their adultification in a racist society. Crystal Weber's talk just touched on that. The figure that she shared of that 33% of those who were imprisoned in female prisons were girls really shocked me. Well, it didn't surprise me, but it's still very sobering. Lakeisha Simmons, Marcia Chatelain, Nazira Sadiq Wright, and Corrie Fields have carefully excavated how Black girls in the late 19th century and early and mid 20th century have had their childhoods cut short, have been assigned qualities such as premature knowingness, and have been forced to feign restraint rather than express rebelliousness. Nazira Wright in particular has shown how in literary contexts, the notion of Black girls' premature knowingness actually underscores an acceptance of the violation of Black girls by slave masters and mistresses, as well as the economic hardships that forced them into early adulthood. So the cultural entitlement to girlhood, in other words, is distributed in highly unequal ways. My own work has pointed out that the association of teen or teenage girlhood with carefree playfulness and rebellion is a recent historical construction. In one chapter of my book, Defining Girlhood in India, I focus on how the idea of adolescence emerged in US psychology and how it circulated in Indian expert discourses. Many Indian languages have no precise word for teenager. In Sanskrit-influenced languages, there are terms for youth, such as tarunya or tarun or taruni, or kumar or kumarika, or there's a term for male young man, yuva, but no terms that suggest an intermediary stage of puberty, and none that are specifically anchored in fixed age coordinates, such as 12 to 18 years. The closest word for a teenage girl in Sanskrit-based languages is kanya, which also translates as virgin and usually connotes unmarried but nubile status. The idea of adolescence as a recognizable life stage for girls was consolidated in India only in the 1960s, especially via English-speaking journals in psychology, sexology, and education. If I have time at the end, I'll share some visual illustrations that I've used in my book to argue that the phase of being past puberty, unmarried, and not yet adult really didn't have any clear visual coordinates. So my book is part of a current of scholarship that asks exactly what we mean by the child, who counts as a child, who counts as a girl. It treats age as a category of analysis that is modified by other categories. So it's fundamentally intersectional. It cannot be understood in isolation, in unproblematic isolation from other categories. Similar scholarship was beautifully curated by Corrie Fields and Nick Surrett in our AHR Roundtable in 2020. And it's also represented in their 2015 book, Age in America. And recent work by Corrie and Ishita Pandey also critiques chronological age itself, underscoring its character as a colonial construct and how it overdetermines legal personhood. So let me conclude now with an oversimplification. The trajectory of girlhood studies, I think, interestingly, mirrors the trajectory of women's and gender studies. And here I'm picking up on a point that Anna Davin made in closing. So girlhood studies began as an effort to address androcentrism in dominant conventional forms of knowledge about childhood, asking, where are the girls? Just as women's studies asked, where are the women? Then, like women's studies, the field also sought to recover girls' voices by exploring distinct spaces, separate spaces, with a focus on experience, with a focus on subcultures. Then, because this approach risks overgeneralizing from a very limited geographic and historical context, and it risks universalizing patterns based on Anglo-centric contexts, the field took a self-consciously global turn, seeking patterns shared across geographic locations. But as with women's studies, this approach risked centering its own priorities. It began with preconceived meanings of foundational categories, such as the girl, or the woman, or patriarchy. So in response to that turn, we have much more forceful critiques that ask us to look at foundational categories much more carefully. And so today, girlhood studies, and indeed childhood studies as a whole, just like women's studies did over 2 decades ago, is more carefully attending to how age as a category is mutually constituted by other categories, such as race, a nation, in addition to class, which was addressed very well in earlier decades. And its assumption, I think it always begins with the assumption that there's nothing self-evident about the category girl, and that the category gains meaning in relationship to other categories. I'm not sure I still have time to go share some illustrations.
Yes, you can definitely share the, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, so here's some illustrations that I used in my book to point out how the idea of the adolescent girl is quite historically recent. So I'll share screens back to my presentation. Okay. Oh, this is a cover. This is my book cover. Okay, so one of the examples I use in chapter 1 of my book is the covers of the magazines 3, the Marathi magazines 3, which is the longest running monthly publication in the Marathi language focused on women readers. It started in 1930 and continued all the way through the 1980s. And I decided to look at covers of the magazine to see how unmarried young women were represented. And I was also particularly interested in whether figures such as teenagers could be detected. There were certainly examples of girls featured on the cover. And so here are 2 examples. They are clearly quite young, so from 1948, 1955, schoolgirls. But when I looked for examples of unmarried figures, and it's somewhat easy to tell because there are very clear visual symbols of married status in this context of Hindu upper caste readers and producers. It's the Mangal Sutra, and then it's a bindi. So I looked for figures who didn't have Mangal Sutras, and I really couldn't find too many examples, but I'll share a few examples. So they were often wearing white, which was associated with school uniforms or college uniforms, because normally married women don't wear white because it's a color of mourning. And yet what I found striking is that the faces themselves conveyed a really serious demeanor, and there was none of that carefree rebelliousness or playfulness that people associated with teenage identity. It's only later in the 1960s that I see covers such as these, where we see figures whom we might more recognizably identify as teenagers from our contemporary perspective. They are laughing. Certainly the one on the right is, you could characterize it as the conveying a certain carefreeness. So my point is that, let me just stop sharing screens here. Sorry.
You're good, you already did it.
Oh, great, great. So my goal in sharing these images is to speculate that the life stage that we understand as adolescence was not always recognizable as such in the periods under consideration. In the 1930s and 40s, the content of this life stage was still being elaborated. It emerged much later in the 1960s and 1970s, as we see older girls who are not wearing saris, such as the covers that I just shared from 1968, 1972, and 1976. And in the chapter in the book, I also trace how writing about adolescence sort of emerged in journals of education and social reform. So let me end there, and happy to take questions.
Okay, everyone. Well, welcome back, and welcome to this session on moral panics, which is a session picking up, riffing, and questioning this book, the ideas within this book, which I hope you can see, Stanley Cohen's Folk Devils and Moral Panics, which is 50 years old this year and continuously read, deployed, and debated across the past half century. For those of you who I am yet to meet, I'm Simon Slight, and I'm reader in urban history, historical youth cultures, and Australian history at King's College London, and I'm also one of the co-founding directors of the Children's History Society. Now, we have three eminently well-qualified speakers in this session, and I shall introduce each in advance of their papers. Feel free, as you listen in and watch along, to pose your questions in the chat box or to ask your questions in the collective Q&A session, which will take place at the end of the panel. So Jasper is a PhD candidate in the Department of History at King's College London, where he is researching overseas reactions to deviant and delinquent Australian larrikin youth from 1870 to 1940. His project explores circulations and networks of news, the connections between places and communities, and how larrikins figured in transoceanic discussions of street gangs, education, urban life, modernity, and empire. Jasper has also co-authored a chapter entitled Urbanization, Youth Gangs and Street Cultures in the Oxford Handbook on the History of Youth Culture, which is accessible digitally via the OUP website. So over to you with thanks, Jasper.
Great, thank you, Simon. So yes, in my paper then, Transurban Moral Panic over Juvenile Street Gangs, 1870 to 1914, I'm going to reflect on how the moral panic paradigm has informed my ongoing PhD research and explore some dimensions to what I have characterized as this transurban moral panic in the final few decades of the long 19th century. I hope to show the usefulness of moral panic thinking for histories of young people. So at the heart of my research are Australian larrikins, who were the focus of several moral panics in the late 19th century. Larrikins were male and female youths, generally unskilled casual labourers aged 12 to 20, who participated in an urban subculture in the Australian colonies. The first larrikins occupied the streets and vacant lots of Melbourne and were acknowledged by the local press in 1870. And from there, the term was quickly adopted across Australia. Larrikins outraged residents and commentators for over 30 years by idling on pavements, staging gang fights on busy thoroughfares, enthusiastically patronising theatres and bars, and perpetrating violent and sexual assaults. Larrikinism encapsulated a range of antics and acts, from those mentioned to everyday nuisances, and the larrikin became a quintessential folk devil with stereotyped and stylised behaviours, morals, dress, and even physique. Historians have shown that beyond the exaggerated and derisive portrayals of cartoonists and pressmen, real youths did fashion and perform their own self-crafted culture. Nonetheless, conspicuous on the street, larrikins also had a presence in print and were central to several public discourses. On a daily basis, Australian newspapers include reports, complaints, and opinions on larrikins. An infamous incident that marked the high point of the Australian furore over larrikins was the 1886 Mount Rennie outrage, a gang rape on scrubland in eastern Sydney committed by members of a larrikin gang. For popular historian Frank Clune, the city was enthralled by a, quote, frenzy of horror, rage, hate, and despair, creating a public clamour unique in the annals of Australian law, politics, and crime, end quote. In a 2007 collection of essays on moral panics in Australia, suitably called Outrageous, Kate Gleeson takes an analytical lens to the mania described by Clune and proffers that the discourse surrounding Mount Rennie went beyond concern over sexual violence and instead reflected anxiety over the prospects of the colonies, an emerging nation, and Australian masculinity in a setting where larrikins were the unwanted representatives of young Australia, a phrase used to refer to both the nascent nation and its youth. With this example and others, the volume of coverage surrounding larrikins and the moral panics connected to them prompted me to think, surely this did not go unnoticed outside Australia. And if you hadn't guessed it already, it did not. Using several digitized newspaper archives, I found reporting of larrikins on every continent, from Panama to Singapore, Sri Lanka to Ireland, in both English and non-English sources. Here then, moral panic provided the basis for a transnational study. That larrikins were the subject of moral panic in Australia meant they left a mark on print culture. As well as goods and people, information and the printed word circulated around the British Empire. Simon Potter describes the press as a transnational connector at this time. Steamships took Australian newspapers and correspondence letters to Europe, where reports were relayed across the English reading world from London. So I've been less concerned with the tracing step-by-step process of how a short-lived moral panic unfolded in sort of the Stanley Cohen model, and instead informed by writing by cultural and media studies scholars Chaz Critcher and Nikki Falkoff, who suggest moving away from models and some of the rigidness that they have, and considering moral panic as a framework or starting point for research, and investigating how reports of larrikins played out from Melbourne over several decades and the different discussions these spawned and intersected with. Now, what helped the subject of larrikins have mileage overseas was the distinctive moniker used to label these folk devils. Larrikin was not the only descriptor applied to street gangs to come to prominence in the 1870s. There were hoodlums in San Francisco, scuttlers in Manchester, sloggers in Birmingham, cornermen in Dublin and Liverpool, and members of the Jamet underclass formed gangs and troubled colonial authorities in Port of Spain, Trinidad, all in the 1870s. Later, around the turn of the century, Santa Fe, Hooligan, Apache, and Amalita gangs were identified in Georgetown, British Guiana, London, Paris, and Durban, respectively. Migrations and high birth rates gave several of these cities youthful complexions. Demographics, and often hardship and marginalization, and the impact of urbanization on space, work, and leisure all contributed to the formation of gangs in different locations. These juvenile gangs have, largely on an individual basis in single city studies, all received scholarly attention. Read together, you can pick out the similarities in terms of their use of space, defense of turf, and donning of distinctive attire. Urban expansions and transformations in these different locations had a great influence on juvenile behavior, and young people made opportunities from the changing spatial, social, and political landscapes around them. And in banding together and taking the streets for themselves, young people came into conflict with adults and the authorities. There was notably great concern in European societies worldwide at this time over the corrupting influences of the city, particularly the effects on young working class morals and bodies, which, in the context of imperial expansion and military tensions in Europe, were very important for the futures of nations. Expanding suffrage and education provision also figured within this. Furthermore, with gangs associations with violence and crime, they were a perfect topic for the rising numbers of newspapers looking to sell a sensation. Many of the collaborative street cultures I briefly mentioned not long ago were brought together by a transurban moral panic. One informed a great deal by the far-reaching discourse over Australian larrikins. Larrikins were a reference point against which local youth were measured, a known quantity because of the reports coming out of Australia. For example, in September 1888, a resident living in the Woodstock area of Cape Town wrote to the Cape Times complaining of the Woodstock larrikins, who threw stones and used, quote, disgraceful language not fit for any respectable ladies to pass, end quote. Picking up on this letter, an editorial in the same edition referred to the linguistic directness and purchase that the Australian word larrikin had, and not only agreed that the lads in Woodstock were, quote, larrikins of the true Australian type, end quote, but that, quote, Cape Town itself is becoming infested with the same plague, end quote. Further letters in October and November complained at the stones raining down in the same district, and one editorial urged the police to protect citizens from the tyranny of the larrikin. By the 1890s, larrikin gangs, especially in Sydney, had gained global notoriety. According to English journalist George Augustus Sala, quote, the Antipodean larrikin is our Ari, plus the Californian hoodlum, plus the New York dead rabbit, plus the Parisian voyou, end quote. The larrikin of Australia, the most degraded tough in the world, curse of the Antipodes, most contemptible and brutal of the world's outlaws, were some of the headlines in American newspapers that accompanied reprints of an article from American writer Major Alfred Calhoun that first appeared in the spring of 1897. In a pantheon that included the Bowery Tough of New York, the Baltimore Plug and the San Francisco Hoodlum, the Whitechapel Outcast, the Parisian Sneak, the Valparaiso Cutthroat, the Beggars and Thieves of Naples, and their prototypes in all Mediterranean towns, stood the Australian larrikin, apparently the #1 folk devil. Gangs characterized their cities, as Calhoun showed with his knowledge of travel, and vice versa. A flashpoint for a renewed moral panic over larrikins in the 1890s was the violent murder of a sailor in 1893. Informed by Australian papers then recently to hand, a strongly worded assessment in the Dundee Courier posited that the larrikin, quote, was in him were the criminal instincts of every race are to be found united, and the lanky, white-faced descendants of British convicts give effect to the principle of heredity by proving themselves the most uncompromising desperadoes that ever disgraced this fair earth, end quote. For the next few months, reports in the UK were of the outrageous larrikinism in Sydney. A regular correspondent from the New South Wales in the Stroud News and Gloucestershire Advertiser compared larrikins to the Neapolitan criminal organisation and mafia, and attributed to them a high degree of political influence over working class members of parliament, who were described as having moved in similar circles during their youth. A man living in New Zealand wrote to his relatives in Scotland and felt the jury's verdicts of manslaughter and prison sentences for the two principal offenders involved in the murder was proof of larrikin gangs, then known as pushes in Australian parlance, their powers of blackmail and intimidation. The mafia mystique surrounding larrikins was still going strong in 1901, when lawyer and writer Ambrose Pratt published an article in Edinburgh's Blackwoods magazine claiming he had infiltrated the clandestine operations of a Sydney push, and despite his outsider status, was taken on as the group's legal counsel. What we might call pushmania of the 1890s is noticeable in newspaper articles in New Zealand in February 1893, devoted to pushism, as they coined the phenomenon, or the identification not long after of the Newton push in Auckland, or the Brown Street push in the small northern coastal town of Thames. 10 years later in Vancouver, Canada, comparisons were being made with Australian larrikins and pushes when reporting on the local assaults of Chinese residents and other street-based trouble there. And it was larrikins that the British press increasingly referenced in coverage of London's gangs in the late 1880s and 1890s. The sensational coverage that followed a gang-related fatal stabbing at Regent's Park in late May 1888 saw journalists make direct comparisons to Australian larrikins, it's being judged that this was the best term to describe the perpetrators of street brutalities. A week after the murder, an article in the Spectator magazine titled "Our Larrikins" clamoured over the thousand, even tens of thousands, of boys and girls who poured out onto the street at the end of a day's work from the factories, but with nothing better to do but wander the streets in gangs, fight, or make noise and continuous laughter. The author wrote that it was nearly impossible to pick up an American-Australian paper or Australian paper without seeing stories of unruly hoodlums and larrikins. In discussing the issue of juvenile disorder, we can see the transnational outlooks of the time as comparisons were made with continental Europe, America, and the colonies. And in particular, similarities between Britain and Australia regarding the sexual and verbal harassment of girls and women were stressed. The comparisons and use of the word larrikin to describe local youths continued in the 1890s in connection with gangs in West and South London. Then, in early 1898, before the famous hooligan panic of that summer, the St. James Gazette repeatedly used the phrase London larrikins, notably with a two-part expose on gangs in Clerkenwell and Islington, northeast London, called "The London Larrikin by One Who Knows Him." The London Larrikins headlines over court reports, letters, updates from Parliament, and commentaries continued throughout the year, both in the St. James Gazette and other papers. Even during the high points of the hooligan panic, larrikins were still part of the discussion. On 15th of August, the Globe reported that, quote, 4 young fellows of the larrikin type, end quote, hailing from Somerstown, had been charged with disorderly conduct on Marylebone Road and with willfully damaging equipment belonging to a young Italian ice cream vendor from Clerkenwell, who was plying his trade there the previous weekend. Historians of the hooligan panic have cited this incident as a significant example of the media discourse spreading more widely. It was reported that members of the public pursued the assailants, shouting, "Look out for the hooligan gang." Not only had the hooligan label left the printed page, but these youths were from North London, not the South, where the term hooligan was first associated. What we also have here, and in the other instances mentioned and beyond, is evidence of how coverage of Australian larrikins fed directly into major social events and episodes in Britain. One historian regards the appearance of larrikin here in connection to the assault on the Marylebone Road as something of a misnomer and points out that the youths involved were not Australian. No, so use of the larrikin label and the allusion to Australia were not literal. Instead, resemblance was a key idea, and one picked up on in the aftermath of the incident by the Newcastle Daily Chronicle, which centered its analysis on urban conditions. Under the heading, "The Universal Hoodlum," it claims that, quote, "The slum ruffian is found wherever there are slums. The slum bully is universal," end quote. Accordingly, the London hooligan is the American hoodlum and the Australian larrikin. Contemporaries were regularly making Transurban comparisons, and by situating these episodes within these contexts, further understanding can be gained into British and juvenile crime histories. So as well as the dimensions to the Transurban moral panic with larrikins at its heart that I've explored today, I want to add a few more reflections on moral panic. Along with being a strong case for a transnational history project because of the printed material on larrikins that there existed, this very particular descriptor has helped navigate the abundance of potential sources in a digital age. From previously dealing with a scarcity of material or difficult to access physical newspapers, digitization has brought millions of pages to the fingertips of many historians. This is both exciting and potentially daunting. Certain research questions and ideas that were difficult to investigate, such as those on a transnational scope, can now be pursued at much lower monetary, time, and labor cost. But knowing where to start or how to engage with the ever-increasing numbers of digitized sources can be difficult. Although there are well-known shortcomings when it comes to the directness and decontextualized nature of keyword search, Having an important keyword like larrikin that owed its prominence to moral panic helps cut through the millions of digitized newspaper pages. Since we're considering the uses and limitations of the moral panic paradigm for histories of children and youth, it could be said that lots of what I've spoken about does not pertain so greatly to the experiences of young people. It is largely about adult views and representations, like much work on moral panics. To that, I would say that even perhaps with a rudimentary reading against the grain of moral panic sources, there is much to see about the patterns of young lives. Newspapers have information on perhaps a favourite oyster saloon near the Theatre Royal, a Saturday night haunt of larrikins in Christchurch, New Zealand, so thoroughly condemned as a den of depravity. Or there are the cricket-loving larrikins we read about in Melbourne, who would play every evening on vacant patches of ground in the city and interrupt games at the cricket ground with handsprings and cartwheels on the outfield. Or the youths that would congregate at the Champ de Mars racetrack in Port Louis, Mauritius, on Sunday afternoons. And then in court summaries, we often have the names, ages, occupations, even addresses of young people called before the magistrates. So in this way, and the others I've laid out today, moral panics can still be useful in different ways for making young people visible to historians. Thank you for listening, and I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the discussion.
Thanks indeed, Jasper. Lots to go at again there. So again, everyone hold your thoughts, and if you want to, feel free to start typing your questions as they come to mind in the chat box. Our third speaker is Abosede George, who is Associate Professor of History and Africana Studies at Barnard College and Columbia University. Her first book was entitled Making Modern Girls, A History of Girlhood, Labour and Social Development, and that book received the 2015 Adu Snyder Book Prize from the Women's Caucus of the African Studies Association. She's currently working on a history of free Black migration from various parts of the African diaspora to Lagos, West Africa, in the early to middle 19th century. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Simon. And nice to be here all. Great papers so far. Okay. So the invitation I got was to speak on global moral panics in young people, which I first understood as a invitation to speak on global history, which is not exactly my wheelhouse. So I just did an African history thing, which is what you're about to hear. But it was a productive, generative invitation to think about the concept of moral panics in a focused way. And I started thinking about how that concept has been taken up by Africa scholars. And it made me very curious to discover, to look into, when and where and how this concept had been taken up in Africanist analyses. Interestingly, I realized that it doesn't really appear much in my own writings. In the first book that Simon just mentioned, I use moral danger a lot, but not moral panic. And this was first of all a function of me probably just reflecting what was in the archival records. But it was also a function of my efforts to center the perspectives of the working class girls who were being attached to moral danger, may have been the focus of adult panics, but wouldn't rightly be seen as experiencing moral panics themselves. So the question of when, where, and how have my fellow Africanists taken up the concept of moral panics, and beyond that, moral panics involving youth, and what does that scholarship offer us to reflect on is what I'm going to talk about. My research method benefited a lot from what Jasper just talked about, the vast digital library of work that we now have at our fingertips. And I did a search in a well-known digital library of academic journals for the phrase moral panic, and then narrowed the results to only those appearing in African studies journals. This does admittedly miss Africanist scholarship published in more thematic journals or more discipline-focused journals, but it would still capture scholarship in the leading Africanist journals. After taking out review articles and editorials, I ended up with a list of 101 journal articles. Then I created a spreadsheet, including 5 categories of data: the year of publication, the geographic focus of the article, the title, whether it was history, which is what I was interested in, or anything else, which I just called social science. And keywords was the 5th kind of category that I created, and I assigned keywords to each article based on what was in the abstract, what was in the title. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the geographical spread, regarding the geographical spread first, perhaps unsurprisingly, given Cohen's South African background, which is something I learned about, and of course the productivity of the South African Academy, the geographical spread among the articles showed a very striking South-oriented pattern. There were 10 articles in the bunch purporting to be about Africa in general. My guess would be that Africa stops at the Sahara for most of those. There were 10 articles on Nigeria, 6 on Kenya, 4 on Ghana, 3 on Uganda, and only 1 or 2 on the Horn, Morocco, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Botswana, and Congo. But there were stunning 52 articles focused on South Africa. So whether it's in the archival records, the theoretical discourse, or the popular media, the concept of moral panic had much more valence and cachet and was much more widely engaged in the Southern Africa scholarship. So temporal spread. The earliest articles on my list were 4 from the 1980s, from the later 1980s, and the most recent one was from 2020. And this earliest kind of set, the articles on the 1980s, I want to give you a sense of what was in them. The first one was from 1985 by Timothy Keegan, and it was an article called Crisis and Catharsis in the Development of Capitalism in Southern African Agriculture. And this article was concerned with complicating a then prevalent view of a linear, uncomplicated development of capitalism in South African agriculture. This is 1985. This is the late apartheid era context. There are labor strikes, political agitations, and also tense discussions being had about the consequences of allowing Blacks to gain control of the rural economy. That was a quote. The article took readers back to the early 20th century and an earlier era of proliferating white supremacist laws like the Native Lands Act of 1913, which sought to restrict land ownership to the hands of white farmers as a way of constricting the power of better off Black farmers. And in the early 20th century, Keegan argued that the poor white, or the quote unquote lapsed white, became the focus of an Afrikaner moral panic to which the racist apartheid land laws were an answer. And to my mind, this raised a question of, well, what does moral panic actually signify here? So what I'm gonna do, as you can see, is I started out with a search on moral panic, and I'm gonna talk about that. But then I also did moral panic in youth, which I know is more of our interest, and I'm gonna talk about that as a kind of subset. So the other earliest articles, I'll just quickly go through them, were one called, titled The Anini Saga, which was about a notorious armed robber and murderer who terrorized the Nigerian public and the Nigerian police in the early 1980s. Natal's Black Rape Scare of the 1870s by Norman Etherington which examined 4 years of a fear of rape by Black men, which mysteriously gripped and just as mysteriously released the white population of Natal in the 1860s and 1870s. And in 1989, there was a publication of one called The Great Fear at the Cape of Good Hope, 1851 to 52 by Edna Bradlow, which examined rumors and panics that emerged among Dutch settlers about an alleged insurrection by colored and Khoi farm laborers who were planning to seize back ownership of the land. So a theme that, that should be pretty clear in this kind of very early set was that there's a lot of racial panic. There's a lot of anxiety around land ownership, land loss. For me, that just kind of further didn't resolve the question of, what does moral panic signify here? It just kind of further underscored it. There seem to be many different uses of the category moral panic and application to many different situations. Looking at the broader set beyond just the earliest articles, I just want to give a sense of what the scholarship has been talking about, what it has been focused on, what are the topics of interest. So there has been a steady stream of articles since the late 80s, including historical articles, which come out in clusters every 2 years or so, from what I could see. And among the 38 historical articles, the top themes had to do with sexuality, race, youth, colonialism, migration or xenophobia, and an interesting series of articles on Satanism scares in white South Africa at the end of apartheid, so in the late 80s. The earliest use of the phrase moral panics as concerns youth. When we look specifically at the articles concerned with youth that took up the concept of moral panic, I found some things that I thought were interesting. First, there were a much smaller number of articles than I expected, only about 18 out of the 101. The 4 earliest ones appeared in the 90s, and they were focused again on South African history. And no surprise from the earlier 2 panelists, they were also focused on the history of male youth gangs in the earlier 20th century. So there was also a 4th article that was focused on the late 20th century media representations and the South African transition, 1989 to 1994. So media representations of youth and youth agitations and uprisings. But the pioneering pieces had brilliant evocative titles that I thought were very interesting and colorful to bring to the group. Paula House's The Cows of Nongoloza, Youth Crime and Amalaita Gangs in Durban, 1900 to 1936. I think Jasper just referenced that one earlier. Katie Mooney's Ducktails, Flick Knives and Pugnacity, Subcultural and Hegemonic Masculinities in South Africa, 1948 to 1960. I think today we would have to specify subculture and hegemonic white masculinities, which is what the article was actually about. In Lahas's article, moral panic appeared as a kind of symptom of a time. This is the article on the cows of Nongoloza, youth crime and Amalaita gangs. And he writes that it was during this period of massive social upheaval spanned by war, moral panics, rebellion and depression that the first reports of Amalaita gangs appeared. In Katie Mooney's article, moral panic, or the activity of moral panic making, was a social political project of an apartheid psychiatrist. This is the article, Ducktails, Flick Knives and Pugnacity. And in Muni's article, reports of youth engaging in cross-racial pleasure stirred up a panic in the mind of one L.F. Freed, a psychiatrist and lecturer at WITS, the University of Witwatersrand, in the 1960s, prompting him to pen a book on crime in South Africa, from which we get this irresistible quote I'll just share. End quote. White ducktails in jeans and colorful shirts have been known to take their quack-tail tarts to brothels in African areas. Here they meet the African Tsotsis, dressed in zoot suits, and their black malls dressed in Susie Wong skirts. They're sometimes joined by Indian boys and girls from Fordsburg. Nkwela music, rock and roll records are played to liven up the party. And when brandy is taken and giggle weed smoked, the color line in sex is speedily forgotten. We were informed that this experience was supposed to represent a new sort of thrill for the degenerates of both sections of this population, I suppose both being Black and non-Black, end quote. Well, certainly going into fits over the sartorial, musical, and sexual tastes of this rainbow of young revelers represented a sort of thrill for L.F. Freed himself, who sought through his public addresses and public writings to incite a moral panic in the broader society. Beyond these kind of earliest samples, just on a general overview, to give you guys an overview of these studies that are concerned with youth and moral panics in African studies. About a third of the articles, 10 of them addressing moral panic in youth, were focused on South Africa, and the other 9 articles were split between Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and quote unquote Africa in general. And they include ones you likely know, we should all know, like historiographical essays like Richard Waller's Rebellious Youth in Colonial Africa, and 11 articles that I labeled as social science due to their focus on contemporary questions. Now, recurrent themes in these articles were sexuality and sexual regulation, especially in articles that focused on young women or on girls. Masculinity, labor, urbanism, and religion were also major themes across the list. For the 7 historical articles, most of which had already been mentioned, the major themes were gangs, masculinity, urbanism, and colonialism. It's notable that studies of the colonial period actually dominate in this subset of moral panic studies. But that may also be a function of the more recent rise and growth of post-independence historical scholarship in Africa. There was just one article on a different theme from the ones I've listed, Clive Glazer's Managing the Sexuality of Urban Youth, Johannesburg, 1920s to 1960s. Different in the sense that it's a later period for South Africa. So in this piece, I was struck by the appearance of 2 approaches to the concept of panic, that we can also think about as moral panic. And one came when Glazer, citing Katie Mooney, who was mentioned earlier, simply adopts her usage of the term moral panic to signify to signify a I'll just leave it at that. Which signified a kind of collapse of racial anxiety and fear of kind of cross-racial youth, sociality, and but that also has a kind of sexual dimension to it. And at another point, he uses the phrase sexual panic. And this is when he's discussing women's substitution for men in domestic work being accelerated in response to another sexual panic of the early 20th century, the fear that white housewives were vulnerable to attack from African male domestic servants. That quote is a little maybe unclear to you, but what struck me about it is that the specificity of it, the specificity of the kind of the source, the underlying source of the fear, the focus of the fear and its sexual root, its sexual quality. And that struck me because I had been, I think, struggling with the ways in which moral panic seemed in other works to capture convergences. It's to capture a kind of number of issues compounded into one general sense of fear, hysteria, panic. Latest use of the phrase. The most recent article was from Paul Zaleza. He did a 2020 global survey of the decade before that he called the turbulent 2010s. 2010s were, in his estimation, defined by 6 global trends: political polarization, democratic recessions and resistance, rising economic inequality, shifting global hierarchies, the emergence of surveillance capitalism, and violent climatic changes. And in a section titled Tribalism Goes Global, he addressed the hardenings of tribalism and xenophobia in India and the Americas and various parts of Europe, and talked about, quote unquote, the moral panics about undesirable migrants and undeserving minorities, often fanned by unscrupulous politicians and bigoted zealots that seize these societies. So here, moral panic now signifies a fear of something, actually xenophobia, a fear of the undesirable migrant, a fear of the undeserving minorities. They are the focus of the panic, just as politicians and zealots are the fanners or the inspirations of the panic. And so as I was scanning the literature and looking a bit more closely at certain parts of it, what stayed with me was this nagging sense of maybe the imprecision of moral panics as a concept in African studies. Clive Glazer's use of the phrase sexual panic for me underscored the imprecision of the moral in moral panic. What did moral, so I started to think, what did moral refer to when and where Cohen was writing? What else can the moral in moral panic signify? Moral panics, the usage of moral panics in a lot of what I was seeing struck me as being kind of like a euphemism, as in many South African histories, where the moral panic in question would be more aptly described as a racial panic or a racist panic. In some works, it signified this intense anxiety to retain social control or gain social control, or to retain control over women who were claiming public space in new ways. Sometimes moral panics is used to signify a kind of homophobic panic that reflects the fear of equal societal rights for what Eppert called sexual dissidents. In the Africanist scholarship, it seemed moral panics was evoking more than it was specifying. And it also had a kind of repertoire that may have been a function of me assigning keywords. But I had a kind of repertoire that I wondered if it had the effect of closing out other foci of panic that may be prevalent in subcultures or minority cultures, marginalized communities. I was reminded by the there were about 3 samples on the Satanism panic in 1980s and late apartheid of South Africa, that this peculiar kind of spiritual panic, that the idea of a spiritual panic was actually one that I'd come across in many other sources in African history, one that was quite common, legible, and maybe even hegemonic in a lot of the contexts I work on. So moral panics as a concept has done a lot of work. I think it's capacious, yes, but perhaps I wonder if one of its limitations is that its capaciousness might allow for the particular underpinnings of mass violence, be it physical, be it discursive, symbolic, emotional, or spiritual, to otherwise to effectively go unnamed. So those are my offerings, and that is my time. Thank you.
Thanks indeed.
Thanks, Will. All right, welcome to our next session on visual culture. My name is Tamara Myers. I'm a past president of the Society for the History of Children and Youth and a professor of history at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver, Canada. I live and work on the unceded and traditional territory of the Musqueam people. So as noted by Anna Davin this morning, 50 years ago, the workshop on children's liberation included, in fact, many children and also film. Although the current organizers of this workshop noted that visual culture featuring children and also for children was not interrogated at that time, nor a major or even minor focus. But we thought this was one of the subjects and the themes that we should really draw out, because some of the work in this area is indeed quite exciting and has been animating the history of children and youth for some time. So visual materials have become important sources for the writing of the history of children and youth, as children themselves have often been deployed as representations and messages of visual medium. So we thought that it would be a good idea to turn to visual culture. And to that end, we have 3 very exciting speakers. And I'm going to introduce the 3 of them all at once now, and then we'll proceed in the order that I'm introducing them. So we'll start with Helle Strandsgaard Jensen and her paper, Not So Sunny Days, How Historians Ignored Children's Media and Were Left Behind. Helle is Associate Professor of Contemporary Cultural History at Aarhus University in Denmark. Her work focuses on contemporary history of mass media and digitalization in Scandinavia, Western Europe, and the US after 1945. One part of Jensen's research has been media as the historical object of study, and she importantly has been working on a monograph that is forthcoming with OUP about the transnational history of the American children's program Sesame Street during the 1970s. Helle will be followed by Lara Saguisag, who will give a paper, The Space Between Childhood and Comic Studies. Lara is currently Associate Professor of English at the City University of New York College of Staten Island, but is soon to be relocating for a chair in children's literature and literacy at New York University. Her first monograph, Incorrigibles and Innocence, Constructing Childhood and Citizenship in Progressive Era Comics, was published in 2018 by Rutgers, received several prizes. And her articles have appeared in Children's Literature, the Association Quarterly, Inks, Jeunesse, and several edited collections. And finally, we have Laura Wexler, who will be speaking on families and photographs, learning from the albums of the sent down youth in China. So Laura is Charles H. Farnham Professor of Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies and American Studies at Yale University, where she researches family history and photographic artifacts and teaches courses about photography as a medium of historical analysis. She's the author of many books and articles, including Pregnant Pictures and the prize-winning Tender Violence, Domestic Images, and U.S. Imperialism. She is the acting co-chair of the Public Humanities Program and director of the Photographic Memory Workshop at Yale. All right, so without further ado, I'll turn it over to Helle and her slide.
Thank you so much. I'll just share my screen with you. All right, here we go. I'll just, okay, it works. Okay, so thank you so much for inviting me to this very exciting event. I think it's been a wonderful day so far. Yes, I'm going to present my paper, so Not So Sunny Days, How Historians Ignored Children's Media and Were Left Out or Left Behind, as Tamara said. Yes, and maybe the subtitle is a bit more grim than I wanted it to be, but let's see as I go along. So I will focus my historiographical analysis on children's media. First, I'll talk about how the history of children's media is often instrumentalized and used for particular purposes in historical works that concern themselves with this area. Throughout my talk, I will argue that such an instrumental use of history is happening with regards of children's media, why it is happening, and also why that might be a problem. I will then comment on the historiographical trends in the area of public debates on children's media, touching briefly upon the concept of media panics and how it has sometimes led to presentism in the analysis of these debates. Next, I will make a brief outline of the historiography of children's television, touching upon major trends, including the instrumentalization of history. I will then talk about a particular case study, namely Sesame Street's historiography. Then I will end with a plea to historians of childhood to build a stronger interest in the area of children's media, because historians are needed to counter some of the presentism and teleological simplicity that dominates the analysis of children's media history. I will stick in my presentation to geographical areas and languages that I know, meaning that I will say things that focus on Western Europe and North America, heavily favoring scholarship in English, because I know that will be accessible to most of the participants here. So, historical perspectives about the continuities and changes in children's media, children's relationship with the media are often invoked in contemporary public debates. This historical backdrop is used in rhetorical arguments, no matter whether these debates happened in the beginning of the 20th century or the end. In public debates about children's media since the early decades of the 20th century, arguments about children's consumption of dime novels, comics, television, heavily gendered literature, or social media have directly or indirectly drawn upon historical arguments about how things used to be. Often the history told is that of a downward spiral to utter decay and unrestrained commercialism, for instance. But there are also counter histories of children breaking free from paternalistic highbrow ideals and becoming independent media consumers, and that the market is much improved. This kind of often very crude chronological comparison means that the interpretations of the past become highly instrumentalized in these debates. But it is not only in public debates such sometimes problematic and direct and indirect historical arguments are being made. They're often, or they can sometimes be made in scholarship on the history of children's media and media panics. Well, so As I said in my outline, I briefly want to touch upon scholarship that has concerned itself with the history of public debates in relationship to children's media, so-called media panics. Though not directly related to the session theme here, visual culture, I thought it seemed fitting as I've written on this, and also it's something I've written together with the David Buckingham, a British media scholar, about. And it talks to one of the major inspirations for the seminar, so Stanley Cohen's 1972 book, which we just discussed, which has been used in historical writings about public debates centering on various kinds of media which children consume. So as you know already, Cohen's concept is a key term in contemporary sociology. So given the importance that Cohen attaches to the mass media in creating moral panics, it is hardly surprising that scholars investigating children and media, particularly from a sociological or cultural perspective, should find this term relevant and useful. Among the most widely cited moral panic analysis in this field are Martin Barker's book from 1984 on Britain's horror comics debate in the 1950s, and also John Springhall's historical narrative from 1998 on moral panics called From Pennygraphs to Gangster Rap. The Danish media scholar Kirsten Drutner has in 2 articles, one from 1992 and one from 1999, developed a more specific term to refer to panics, specifically about the influence of media, the so-called media panics. In both panic terms, so moral panics and media panics, they are commonly presented as a standard approach to discussing public debates on children and media historically, as exemplified in the textbooks Children, Media and Culture from 2010 and the International Handbook of Children, Media and Culture 2008. They both sort of present this as a standard approach to past debates about children's media consumption. So the popularity of media panic theory coincides with some significantly disciplinary shifts in the field of children's media over the past decades. In media and cultural studies, the theory has been widely used to challenge mainstream psychological and mass communication approaches. And likewise, psychological approaches were challenged with the emergence of the new sociology of childhood from the 1990s, in which scholars emphasized the notion of childhood as a social and historical construction. In both areas, so sociology and media studies, the notion of media panic provides a powerful means of challenging the dominance of a simplistic media effects approach used by, for instance, psychologists. By showing how adults throughout history have consistently panicked over children's media consumption, media panic histories help to prepare the ground for a more positive account, both of popular culture and of children's engagement with it. Nevertheless, and however useful to analyze public debates about children's media using this approach, and I think it can absolutely be very useful, there is a danger of an ahistorical dismissal of popular concerns about the media, of positioning historical agents participating in these debates as irrational, ignorant, or diluted. I would argue that this can be a problem. Because instead of focusing on the historical agents in these debates and their motives, media panic theory can become a detextualized manner, a way to portray historical debates about children's media as a sort of similar across time and across geographical locations. So Abosede George just said, she said this imprecision, and I think for me, it's more the panic part of the moral panics doing this, having the epistemological problem, but I think the imprecision here across time, across geographical location can be a problem. And I think there's also a tendency in some of these analyses to judge the past reaction to children's media consumption as panicky, but often doing so by comparing the reactions to the past to how we perceive the media in question today. All right. However, I think that we in recent years have seen a move away from moral or media panic theory in histories of past debates about children's media consumption. So I, for instance, have in my book From Superman to Social Realism discuss this directly, but in other books, I think, which doesn't discuss it directly, but I think we see in these books and projects I have displayed here, a more nuanced look at the arguments made by historical agents in these debates, looking at the broader historical context as well in which they were embedded to understand why they argued for or against the consumption of different media types or specific kinds of content. There is, for instance, Meredith Bach analysis that carefully lays out how and why optical toys provoke anxieties in the 19th century, embedding this explanation in a detailed analysis of how childhood media and education were understood at the time. The same accounts for Sophie Haywood's big project, The Children 68, where scholars from all over Europe looked at the ways in which the youth rebellion provoked very specific debates about children's media and the role it should play in children's lives. And this comes back to what we had discussed, like what we discussed just before, whether they can have sort of, whether liberal debates can be panics, but we can talk more about that if we want to later. All right, so let's turn to specific histories of children's television. So curiously, some areas in the historiography of children's television in some ways suffers from the same instrumental use of history. However, that is for a different reason than the history of the media panics. In the area of children's television, there are quite a number of works written by people who are or were themselves producing children's television. This means that history sometimes becomes a justification for certain modes or types of productions and arguments for or against certain developments, or even a branding strategy, which I will return to in 2 slides' time. But there are also many thorough, critical, and interesting works that have been vital for me and others writing children's media history. Nevertheless, the historiography is curiously sort of marked by continuities over these 40 years that I have, almost 40 years that I have here. Let me briefly outline some broad strokes, while of course noting that there are exceptions. All but one of these books are focused on a single country. The edited volume by Olsen and Schreiber from 2022 is an exception, but the individual chapters even in that one only focus on a single country. They're also, except for a few, focused on a single broadcaster and this broadcaster's own productions. They rarely consider the foreign productions this broadcaster in question brought or sold, or the international fora these broadcasters were part of. Hendershot's book from 1999 focused on policies around censorship and regulation, and it is an exception because it does not have production or producers at the very center. The books primarily focus on production units, so that is the children's departments within a national broadcaster or single production companies, not how these units were part of a wider industry. Money or politics are not part of the analysis, except for sort of the occasional nod through some regulation. Some of them are concerned with the ways in which ideas of childhood and what children need and how that sort of spurred different kinds of productions, but they vary in terms of how changing continuities in this area are historicized and relate to broader context of family history, adult-child relationship, and education. Broader historical contexts are rarely drawn upon. The most extensive historiographical debate is definitely found in the German volume from 1991, edited by Erdinger, which discusses periodization, themes, and areas for histories of television, but the others rarely do. What characterizes many of these books is that they're untouched by trends within the discipline of history. Some of them, particularly those that are written by people in the industry, come off as old-fashioned with sort of a heavy-handed focus on chronology, even to the point where they seem teleological in their historical accounts. So there are newer histories of childhood where, So as the historiography of children's television is rather slim, it is wonderful to see how historical analysis of children's television are being written in new and innovative ways when it's embedded in work that is not directly on television. So it brings out, for instance, the political, social, and cultural dimensions of children's television when it's part of a broader argument, for instance, about, you can see here the Arab world representations of Puerto Ricans in the US. And so that, and also some of these analyses have sort of a more broad cross-media approach. I just want to mention Leslie Perry's exhibition for American Archive for Public Broadcast as an excellent example of how new ways of publishing scholarly research can contribute to new ways of writing children's television history. So I'm currently writing a book about the transnational history of Sesame Street. In the course of my research, I have of course considered the existing Sesame Street historiography very carefully. Much of it has, like other children's television histories, been written by insiders in the industry. This means that Sesame Street's history, to a large extent has been dominated by works by employees and affiliates of that company, which today is known by Sesame Workshop. Much of the history on Sesame Street written by these employees is focused on the so-called revolutionary aspects, and these are projected onto the rest of the world. When history of Sesame Street abroad is written, it's accounted for through a US lens. The domestic framework for these histories and the heavy dominance of an insider perspective, for instance, means that certain themes like the approaches to education, the role of television in children's lives, and the views of childhood childhood which production rests upon is not reflected on in a critical manner. Very few of the histories use primary sources, even despite direct access to archives, for instance, for employees. This means that company myths, or what one might call branding strategies, get repeated over and over again, also by scholars that are not affiliated with the workshop. Two recent books are written by outsiders, that is Michael Davis and David Camp, and they all only use interviews, not primary sources, but have completely overtaken the conversations about these programs' histories. So Davis's so-called complete history has become a New York Times bestseller and was made into a film last year. And the celebratory tone of these new works plays into the show's branding strategy. So the only two somewhat critical works here are Robert Morrow's book on Sesame Street from 2006 and Richard Polsky's book from 1974, even though Polsky was employed by the workshop. Both of these consider the political, economical, and educational context of the show. Well, so all in all, the lack of critical scholarship, not only on Sesame Street, but more broadly on children's television as a whole, means that the history of Sesame Street has become part of the workshop's brand, and there's very little domestic scholarship to challenge it. So I'm now coming to the end. So let's be part of that conversation about children's media. So I think historians' perspectives are very needed in the area of children's media, the history of children's media debate, like historical debates about children's media, but also children's television. And I think, bringing historians into this area would, lead to new ways of writing history. So we could come with global, transnational, comparative approaches, which are very much needed. I think also focusing on the 1990s and onwards on born digital sources is something that's really needed in this area and which we need to tackle soon. And I think also what's needed here is, the use of primary sources and critical scholarship, empirically grounded arguments. And also with the nostalgia memory boom that we've seen in the last decades, I think myth busting having some critical scholarship that can come up against the industry's own tale about, its history would be great to see. So I hope more people will write about children's media history in the future. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Helle. Super. And yeah, thanks so much. And up next is Lara.
Thank you so much.
Girlhood.
Let me just share my screen. Great, thank you. So my presentation today is the space between comics and childhood. I want to thank Tamara for reaching out to me and for inviting me to become part of this conversation. And when I had been thinking about this presentation, I was thinking about the prompt that Tamara had given me, like this kind of like, this was an opportunity for me to reflect on how the field, or how my field as I define it, has changed over the past 50 years. So I want to clarify first that my scope for today is Anglophone comics and scholarship, particularly as it has developed in the US. I also do want to provide a content warning. One of the images that I will be showing is sexually explicit. And I also will be discussing mostly like dominant trends. Helle's presentation did remind me to kind of like, you know, in my effort to kind of just talk about the trends, I might be missing some nuances here. So I will do my best to kind of also address these nuances. So when I was thinking about like, well, what is the field? You know, what is the field as I define it, that I consider myself part of? I thought about starting by just thinking about my own academic genealogy. And so for example, I tend to affiliate myself with children's literature studies and comic studies. These are the associations that I tend to be consider myself part of. This is like my academic families. But I've also been trained in various different fields. So I first trained as a creative writer, and it was through my work with creators and also I would say fans that I realized that creators themselves of comics I would also, and fans, I would also consider as cultural critics, as comics historians, as comics scholars. I also have trained in children's literature studies, which is a field that developed mostly from English studies. So it takes like a literary criticism approach to the study of children's literature. And I also trained in childhood studies. And because my focus was on humanistic approaches to childhood, I mostly worked with folks trained in literary studies, media studies, history of childhood, and visual culture studies. And in my own teaching positions, I have been mostly located in English departments, where I would teach literary approaches in the study of children's narratives. But in my new position, I will be situated in education department, so the Department of Teaching and Learning. And so I will be working mostly with literacy experts, teacher educators, and folks who are trained in library and information science. So I want to share this graphic, and I was kind of like looking at it earlier, and now I'm like, it's, you know, I was trying to be clever, but I think it just looks messy. But I just wanted to kind of show these graphics to kind of give you an idea of like the multiple voices that are participating in this discussion of a field that I'm calling childhood comics. And some of these voices often don't sometimes contradict one another, sometimes don't listen to one another, and I'll be discussing this a little bit more. And some voices, and I would say mostly in literary studies and education, are more dominant in the field of childhood comics. So what was going on in the 1970s? This is an image of Frederick Wertham and his book Seduction of the Innocent, which was published in 1954. That same year, he also testified in the comic book hearings in Congress in the United States. And in both his book and his testimony, he insisted that comics, more specifically horror comics and some superhero comics, caused illiteracy and could like lead children toward criminal behavior and sexual deviance. And then we see how 20 years later, his kind of influence on, like his lingering influence on the ways folks are talking about comics. And so there was this preoccupation about comics effect on young readers. And so like most studies about comics are focusing on what was its effect on children's reading skills and moral behavior, often not always, but often the conclusion was it had an ill effect on young people. But around that same decade, we see the underground comics artist movement like really booming. And I argue here that we should look to the work of underground comics artists as comics criticism. Because here, for example, we see in this satirical advertisement by Robert Crumb, a well-known figure in the underground comics movement, how he sometimes used his work to comment on these adult panics surrounding comics and children's engagement with comics. And this is an image from Joyce Farmer Sutton's Doing It, which complicates the ideal of childhood innocence. And here, more particularly, by showing how two children are exploring their bodies and, are feeling sexual pleasure through this exploration. It's complicating that idea that children are sexually innocent. And also in the last two panels, we can see that these young people are also not knowledgeable enough to not tell their mother that they have been exploring one another's bodies and enjoying it. And I would also say that underground comics artists were very much students of historical and contemporary comics. They observed themes and tropes that were mostly, and they were responding to what was going on in mainstream comics and commenting on it in their own work. So for example, here, this is an excerpt from a series by Art Spiegelman, The Viper, which I find to be an incredibly problematic and misogynistic series. But this excerpt that I provide here, he's kind of playing on the trope of the superhero, but also using through hyperbole. He was commenting on like pervasive stereotypes of Jewish people. So because the work of the underground comics artists, they were kind of like refocusing comics or creating comics that were for adult audiences. And they were insisting that this is an art form that is serious. This is an art form that can be read and should be read by adults. By the next decade, this started to also shape the scholarship surrounding comics. So we start hearing scholars saying, hey, comics are not just for kids. There was this emergence of scholarship that insisted on the maturation of comics. This is when we start seeing like articles with titles such as comics have now grown up, comics have matured, comics are now serious stuff, and adults should read them. And this is what Christopher Pizzino calls the Bildungsroman discourse of comics. And it's interesting, like in the 21st century, I still encounter headlines that pretty much say, hey, look, comics have grown up, even though this kind of language has been used for like 40 years now. And I think that speaks to how there are still circles that still associate comics with childishness. And I think they might be surprised if they encounter a graphic novel like say Joe Sacco's Paying the Land, and so they would say like, oh, this is the first time we've seen something like this, and comics have really grown up. Also, the term graphic novel in these decades started to circulate more widely. It was a term that was used to legitimize and I would say adultify like the comics form. And so this field of comic studies, which was developing mostly in English departments and in literary studies, was seeking academic legitimization by focusing on materials for adult audiences. So they did not. They tended to avoid children's comics because they wanted to kind of again. They were seeking this the academic and cultural legitimization of comics, so they largely avoided comics for young people. And then on the other hand, sorry, let me just there we go. Another strand of discourse that was occurring at that time was this kind of like conversation that comics are not good for kids. And so mostly there was this still pervasive notion that mostly in education and library information science, that comics were seen as subliterary materials that that would not be often recommended in a school setting. But then by the late 1990s, this guy comes along, Captain Underpants by Dave Pilkey, and Captain Underpants, and I would like Pilkey himself. They've become cultural phenomena. So here's an image, for example, of one of these like conferences where children would just gather, you know, and come to like the readings of Pilkey. I'm sure if you have young children, you probably have heard of Dogman, his more recent work. And then a few years later, Raina Telgemeier also starts producing her comics, which are also just these incredibly popular books. She is Telgemeier is also a cultural phenomenon and has a strong following, especially among tween girls. And the success of both Pilkey and Telgemeier really changed the landscape of children's comics. They like I think within the past few years, like records show that they have regularly outpaced sales of comics by DC and Marvel as well. And their success really, I think, was instrumental to the institutionalization of comics and graphic novels for children. And so, following, you know, in the success of Pilkey and Telgemeier, imprints and presses started focusing on the publication of children's comics like Scholastic's Graphics, Random House Graphic, Toon Books, and First Second. And it was also around this period we start seeing awards being given for the best graphic novels and comics for young readers. So there's a sense of like, you know, this kind of institutionalization of comics and graphic novels for young people. So I just want to kind of think about like, so within the past 2 decades, so in the 2000, where comic studies has been, so it still does focus primarily on the study of comics for adult readers, but they may have helped, like this kind of focus may have helped like clean up the image of comics, and I'll get back to that later. But I also do want to acknowledge the work of Charles Hatfield, who many consider to be kind of like one of the like founders of the field of comic studies. So despite like he's often acknowledged for his work and study of like comics for grown-ups, but he has really been instrumental in the campaign for the broader study of children's comics. There have also been efforts to kind of like create communities and broader conversations about childhood and comics. For example, in 2006, we have the University of Florida's Conference on Childhood and Comics. The Children's Literature Association also had an animation conference in 2016, and part of the call for papers encouraged folks to really think about like comics and its related forms. But as you can see, these two conferences are 10 years apart. So maybe we'll have another one that's like a childhood and comics conference in 2026. Who knows? So the interesting turn, though, is in education and library information science. And I think perhaps because of the kind of like comic studies effort to kind of clean up the image of comics among educators and librarians, there's more openness to comics. And I think also because, you know, within the past 2 decades, there has been more openness to multimodal learning, including visual learning. And I think that's why like comics have been seen as important for visual literacy. What I've also found is that many educators have been turning to comics because they see that visual verbal materials can help prepare young people for the digital age. So like comics are, it's interesting that the immersion or the widespread use of the internet has allowed comics to be kind of like recast into this tool that will help facilitate digital literacy. So as of like, you know, let's say today, like where is the field of childhood comics? And I think it still needs to grow, but there's a lot of like exciting, vibrant work and in various strands that are ongoing. So there is a lot of work that focuses on literary histories and analysis of comics for child readers. There are also literary histories and analysis of comics that are may not necessarily be for child audiences, but are about childhood and family. Many of these, other scholarship on childhood comics consider figurations of childhood, including studies of how the child is racialized or gendered or queered in comics. There's also growing attention on child readers themselves. So on the one hand, we have these literacy studies that examine how children learn to read through comics, or how children learn to read comics themselves. But what is also exciting is this kind of new, well, perhaps not so new, but this more examination of how children use comics themselves. Like, for example, like, how children could perhaps create communities through their use of comics, by when they collect and swap comics among themselves, when they discuss comics among themselves and create like their own fan fiction based on the comics that they're reading. And then on a related note, there's also growing interest in children as comic creators of comics themselves. And often many of these studies also consider work that has not necessarily been published, but is like in children's diaries and journals. And I think this kind of like broadening of the field always is owed to the kind of like the growing diversity of voices and perspectives. So as I mentioned earlier, my focus is mostly on US Anglophone comics, but US scholars turn towards the development of comic scholarship in Europe, Japan, and the global South has really kind of like created like new perspective, or allowed for new perspectives in the study of childhood and comics. But I think what's also exciting is that a number of women scholars, including queer women and women of color, are the ones who are growing this field, because they are the ones who are consistently working in this field of childhood comics. And I just want to give a little shout out to them by listing some of the names of these amazing scholars whose work we should consider. So as I leave that for a bit up on the screen, I want to end by thinking about the future of the field. And I want to contextualize this, like thinking about the future of the field, as we are in a climate emergency and we're facing the defunding of public universities and the corporatization of education. Like, these are things that might just threaten and contract, the field rather than allow it to expand. And I think what we should do is to continue to push back against hierarchical structures so that we can keep centering traditionally marginalized subjects such as childhood and comics, and centering the work of historically marginalized scholars. And I also think that we should keep expanding our definitions of scholarship to consider teaching as scholarship, community work as scholarship, to consider like public facing work as scholarship, and just go beyond like peer reviewed work, because as I've said earlier, thinking about how creators and fans are also participating in the histories and criticism of comics. And then on a related note, I think we should really push for the fostering of equitable venues for production and circulation of scholarship, perhaps by creating working groups that deliberately include scholars from the global South, that we should turn to more open access scholarship, and also rethinking comics archives and collection as part of a commons. I think we often tend to think of comic collections as these kind of like private individual collections, or there's a habit of doing that. And I wonder, like, how will that change if we start thinking about comics, which are very fragile documents, right? Like, how can we kind of like archive them if we are reimagining them as part of like a knowledge commons? I'm excited to discuss some of these ideas with you during the Q&A, but thank you so much again for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, both of you. It's just fascinating. And I'm thrilled to come into this conversation. Let me see if I can get my screen shared. Okay, I think you can see this. Okay, so I want to thank Tamara Myers for reaching out to me for this wonderful conference and the workshop, which has actually been an inspiration of mine for many, many years. And also I want to thank I want to thank the opportunity to have published in 2012 with the Journal for the Society of Childhood and Youth that was given to me by Professor Karen Sanchez-Epler, because it was there that I first published my first work on photographs, family photographs of Chinese families during the Cultural Revolution. And it turned out that that was a lot of people were interested in that topic. And I took it that in part, there are a lot of people interested in Chinese families and the Cultural Revolution, but I think it was also because of the methodology, because of the way that I had learned to work with photographs. And it's that I'm going to share with you today. And what I've done is prepare a kind of process PowerPoint that I can discuss some of the issues that arose. This project began in 2008 when I had the opportunity to live and teach in Beijing at Peking University, or Beida. There was a special program that Yale University and the University of Peking, or Beida, had created. This program is no longer in existence. It's kind of indicative of the times that we're in now. But it was a co-living and progressive experiment in co-education of Chinese and American students. So some of you know that if you go to China and you go to a foreign studies program in China, you're mostly there under the wing of the American institution or whatever country you're from institution that set up that program. So if you go, say, you're a Stanford student and you're under the wing of Stanford. If you're NYU, you're in a special set of classes created by NYU. This program was different in that it combined American and Chinese students both in classes and in dormitories. The dormitory doesn't exist anymore, again, indicative of the change in the time. This was a time of great hope and optimism in China. So my preparation to go was that I was told I would not be able to teach anything that I wanted to teach. And if I wanted to teach about family photographs, no one would take the class. That first of all, there were no photographs left of private family life from the sent down generation. That's 1966 to 1976 in the Cultural Revolution time. There weren't any pictures. The students and their families would have had no access to cameras. Everybody was too poor and nobody had pictures. And even if there were photographs and cameras, no one now would share them. It would be a terrible secret. No one would want anyone else to see their family life as portrayed in photographs. So basically this was going to be impossible. So what I learned was everything about my preparation was wrong. And here I am teaching. The optimism of the time followed on the Olympics in Beijing and the Special Olympics. There was an astonishing opening of China and prosperity unimaginable to previous generations. There was no question that students had cameras. They had the state-of-the-art cell phones, which obviously were partly made in China. So I don't know what people were thinking. And many objects that had been said to have been destroyed during the Cultural Revolution were being found and brought out of hiding. This it consisted in art objects and religious objects, but also family photographs. There were photographs all over the place. There were secondhand booksellers selling photographs and photograph albums. There were groups of people publishing together in nostalgic accounts of the Cultural Revolution. There also was something called scar literature, which were people retelling the traumas of the time. There were in all of the markets, the large markets and the small markets all over, there were orphan photographs that were being sold as unique collectible objects. There were memory trips where the sent down youth who now were older adults were going back to the villages in the hinterlands of China to which they had been sent from their urban homes to live and work with the workers and the farmers for multiple years. They were going back to visit. And the old villages were welcoming them, and there were reunions, and people were taking pictures of that. And then it was transpiring that contact had remained over the decades between the two groups, and the urban groups were providing access to medical care for the rural people who didn't have it. In other words, there was this whole entire rediscovery of the hidden history of the Cultural Revolution that was happening then. And there was a sense that it was just fine to participate in this conversation. And so I gave the students, this is 2008, I gave them an assignment. Their final assignment was to create a family photograph album. And I walked into my classroom, and this is what greeted me on my desk. Approximately 35 individual handmade family albums in which the parents and grandparents had also participated. So not only was it possible to teach this, but people were very, very much wanting to participate in learning about themselves and their past lives through photographs. So some of the process of this was, it turned out, there were people collecting photographs from the countryside, and I curated an exhibition in Beijing of the collection of this woman of these old photographs from the Cultural Revolution, and the students were completely fascinated. And one of the things the students said, I'll never forget, one of the students said, I had no idea that anybody smiled during that period of time. What I was taught was it was gray and grim and awful. And I'm so surprised to see pictures of smiling people. And so this set me on a path that I'm still on. So from 2008 to now, to both find out what was the history, or what are parts of the history of the family photographs in China during the Mao era and the Cultural Revolution, but also how can we deal better with the unwritten histories of photography? We've written it as in a very much narrower way than what photographs as sources offer us as historians. And here's a picture. I love this picture. This young man. So I've been back to China probably 7 or 8 times, teaching another 3 courses in different years, and also doing fieldwork research in cities and in villages. And this is from a later course. He swore to me that there were no photographs in his family. They didn't have any, nobody had ever mentioned any. And I just said, just ask. That's all. All I want you to do is ask. And he came back with this box. And in the box was developed film negatives from his grandparents' lives in this period of time. Tragic lives. They had a tragic encounter with Mao's shock troops in the Cultural Revolution. And the grandfather was so amazed that his grandson wanted to see them, just asked. And what I learned is that unless the children ask, the parents are not going to share. But if the children ask, the parents are more likely to share, not always, but what will start is not the parents saying, I want you to see these pictures, but the children saying, are there pictures? This is because, of course, it's a very, very painful and difficult era, even still in China. And the parents have tended to feel that their duty towards the children is to point them forward, to walk through the doorway open to the future, a future of prosperity and opportunity unimaginable to them and their own parents. And the children have felt that that too is their job, to do what they intuit that their parents wish. But some children can't do that. Some children have to know what their parents' childhood was like. And what the most powerful thing I found was in working with photographs in this way, it provides what the girl in the article that I published in the Journal of the Society of Childhood and Youth said was a bridge connecting them to ourselves. That if there's a photograph, a conversation is more apt to happen. A photograph provides an occasion and a limit, a structure for a conversation that is otherwise not going to be had. This is obviously of interest to trauma studies, to forced migration, to all kinds of the issues that everybody here studies. But you need all the components of this going. You need the asking, you need the images, you need the safety, the sense of safety for the conversation. So let me just share with you what happened more after this. In my continuing visits back to China, I met more people interested in this, and one of them, and it's this person here, you just see her back, Professor Guigui Yao of a university in Wuhan, told me, well, that's all fine and good, but what you're talking about are privileged people at the top university of the country and their urban albums, and you don't know anything about rural life. And I grew up in a tiny little village farm, and you need to come with me and see what photographs are there. And I did, after a few years, find a way to go to Wuhan, and then to a suburb, and then to a small town, and then to a tiny village where Guigui accompanied me, walking through the village and talking to her neighbors and about photographs, which indeed exist. So the idea that no one in China would have saved these pictures, that they were too poor to have them, that they're not important, all of this is belied by the actual field work. People brought bags of albums out and set them on the table and wanted to talk about the family stories that these images give. This is, they would talk about painful things as well. This is a photograph of a soldier from the former soldier from the Revolutionary Army whose marriage had dissolved, and he went into a closet, deep in the closet, and brought out his wedding photograph and told me how much he's angry at his former wife who dissolved the marriage. This is a very painful photograph, but he had it and he wanted to talk about it. This is a home of a teacher who went into the back room and brought out this photograph. This teacher in an impoverished village is one of the people that did not have enough money to have his own camera. But it doesn't mean that he doesn't have photographs. This is what happened with him. Every year, the school would hire a professional photographer who would come, as happens, all over the world, and take photographs of the graduating class. And once in a while, the parents would buy him one of those pictures and give it to him. And so he had, year by year, or almost year by year, a record of himself as the teacher in this school that was taken by the photographer that came in. And here he is showing us the picture of him as a young teacher that he was given, that he cherished. People wanted to talk about this. They were so thrilled that there was a chance to bridge between it, not just between me as an American and themselves, which they were interested in, but also themselves and their neighbors, themselves and their memories, themselves and their own past, themselves and their trauma, themselves and their things they were proud of. So with that, I want to step back a little bit and think about what one learns from doing this about the methodology. Here's a picture of an envelope of envelopes with stamps canceled. This is the way that I find most historians think about using photographs. It's the stamp on a document that's already written and already knows where it's being sent, right? The photograph is the final thing. It's the stamp stuck on at the end that then is registered and says, yes, this is the proof of what you already know. And I want to say that it's exactly the opposite. This is an example of saved photographs. This is a photograph album from the village outside of Wuhan that somebody brought from a dresser drawer deep behind in the bedroom. These are the saved photographs of the time of famine, of the time of war, of the time of the sent down generation. And they are not in an expected order. They don't look like an album that we expect. There's no way that I could have made any kind of historical argument before seeing these. This historical argument has to come from seeing them and from talking to the people, from the conversation around, from the storytelling around. That's true for a young Chinese child. It's true for a Chinese adult. It's true for a researcher. This is the methodology, if we can call it that. It's a methodology of being with people, with photographs. And when I boil this down for my students, and all of my students know this, there are these three sentences. There are three instructions that I give. Find a set, find a text, read the set against the text. In 40 years, this is what I have learned about working with photographs. Find a set. What that means is you can't work with just one. You need more than one. You need to know what the group of photographs is part of and what it is distinguished from. You need the line around the photographs that you're going to work with is as important as the images themselves. How are they being understood? And you find a text. That text could be, there's no rule about what that text is. The text could be a historical document. The text could be an oral history. The text could be the captions in a family album, the text, but you want to find some writing that is related to the set that you found. And then you want to see how the two work with and against each other. These are the directions. There's no further kinds of rules. These are the directions that will open up what you're able to do. Well, wait a minute, I can't, doesn't seem to go backwards here. Well, all right, we can't go backwards. But anyway, what you're able to do with the photographs that you discover, not the ones that you're looking for to stamp the argument that you've already made, but the photographs that you've discovered that will lead you into an argument that you hadn't imagined beforehand. And so, I can't. I don't know why. Okay, and the other thing is that I decided in 2008 that I was not going to learn Mandarin, I was very tempted, but I was not going to happen. So I found colleagues, and here is Professor Guiguiyao, and here is Carintha Lowe, who is currently finishing her PhD at Harvard. And both of them were my research assistants and co-researchers on this multi-year project that we're beginning to publish from. You are in community with people. With the photographs are made amongst and with and for others, and you need to be engaged in looking at the photographs amongst and with and for others. And so I wanted also to end by thanking Carintha and Guigui for all the help with this work, without whose help it would have been impossible.
So it's me again, Tamara Myers from the University of British Columbia. The organizers each took 2 sessions, and mine were just back to back in the schedule. So that's why you get me and more me. So the 1972 workshop was overt in its politics, not surprising, around children's liberation. And over the course of the late 20th century, that discourse turned towards often children's rights, but the activism around children, whether on behalf of children or indeed by children themselves or youth themselves, has been sort of fundamental to the history of children and youth. And so we thought it very fitting to organize a session that addressed youth as activists and to explore where we've come to. So I have 2 scholars who have are just on the brink of or not just on the brink, but have recently done some really terrific work on this subject. So we're going to start with Edgar Liao, who's currently an assistant principal at St. John's College at UBC and a sessional lecturer in my home department, the Department of History. He specializes in the history of youth in post-1945 Southeast Asia. His current book project is Disciplined for Democracy, Managing Difference, Dissent, and Age Relations in Post-1942 Singapore, where he investigates the transnational colonial and Cold War origins of the cultural politics of youth in modern Singapore. Edgar's talk will be is entitled Locating Youth Activism and Mobilization in Post-World War II Asia, a Reflection. And following Edgar will be Dara Walker, who's at Penn State in the United States. And her talk, From the Spectacular to the Quotidian, Reflections on Writing Histories of Youth Organizing and Political Study. So she is an assistant professor of African American Studies, History, and Women's Gender and Sexuality Study at Penn State University. She earned her PhD from Rutgers in 2018. And her research and teaching interests include African American history, urban history, history of education, and the history of children and youth. And she is currently writing her first book, High School Rebels, Black Power, Education and Youth Politics in the Motor City, 1966 to 73. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Edgar.
Hi, thanks, Tamara, for the introduction. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here and staying up so late for those of you who are in England. So let me just figure out my technology. Yeah. Let me handle this. Right. Okay. Share screen. Right, I assume everybody can see my screen? I'm going to have to keep it on the slideshow mode so that I can see my own notes. So as the practice in UBC, I would like to acknowledge that I'm zooming in from the same place that Tamara is, Vancouver, Canada. I'd like to acknowledge that I'm zooming in from UBC, which is located on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Hunkaminian speaking Musqueam people. And I'm an uninvited but grateful guest of the Musqueam people here, and I'm grateful for hospitality. Right. So thanks to Tamara for introducing me, as well as inviting me to be part of this panel and then share my limited knowledge and research. So I recently graduated from my PhD, and I had a fortune and the privilege of attending many CIKI conferences during my graduate training, and also the CHS conference in Greenwich in 2018, where I've met some of you. So I'm very happy to be invited to be a part of this collaborative, jointly organized symposium, and I hope to see more collaborations and jointly organized programs in the future, right? So I see the audience also. The audience also makes me a bit nostalgic because I'm excited to be presenting in front of Professor Susan Whitney, whose book on mobilizing communists and Catholic youth in France, I believe, was the very first book I read when I became interested in youth mobilization as a topic. Right. So even though I've switched to being a scholar of the cultural politics of youth, I'm happy to be talking about this topic that I used to read about and revising today. Right. So today, Tamara invited me to share my thoughts and views about the historiography of youth activism in Asia. My own background is of a historian of Southeast Asia, and I read a bit about youth mobilization in China, in East Asia. So I don't claim to be able to speak for the whole of Asia because it is so vast and so diverse, right? So I hope to be at least a very good student of some of the historiography, especially the ones that have shaped and inspired my own thinking and my own research. Yeah, so I will begin by discussing the characteristics of the literature on the historiography of youth mobilization activism in Asia in the 70s and 80s, in order to basically illustrate how I think the historiography has changed since then. And I will share what I think are some of the significant trends and new directions of the more recent scholarship on youth activism and mobilization in Asia, especially those that have converged with the new developments in the global historiography of childhood and youth, especially the cultural turn, right, in the history of childhood and youth. And I'll make very brief reference to some works that exemplify or illustrate my observations and reflections, right? These are also the works that I would personally put on a reading list on student or youth movements in Asia if I ever had a chance to teach such a course. But of course, I offer my apologies to the other scholars whose work I don't have the time and space to cite in this short sharing. And then I will briefly locate my research within the historiography by way of introducing my current book project, which is based on my recently concluded PhD dissertation research. Right now, I'll try to suggest how it basically comes on the crest of these new trends and developments. And before I outline the direction of my current book project, I will also discuss an unexpected experience that I encountered during the process of writing and producing my first co-authored book in the early 2010s, right? Which I think bears reflections for us as scholars of activism. And this was an experience where the former student activists of a movement that my co-authors and I tried to write about, we tried to interview and engage them, and they actually disagreed with us on the direction of our book, and basically came together to publish their own accounts before our book came out, right? Because their book didn't have to undergo the peer review process or the revision process. They could publish their book very quickly, so their book came out before us. So I think in the kind of questions that it kind of triggers is, in a sense, for us as historians, what happens when the activists, right, we try to interview and write about, actually disagree with us in terms of how to see and write about their work. Right. So the very first statement I will make right now is that there already exists a substantial, still growing body of literature and historiography of youth activism and mobilization in Asia that reflects the exciting shifts and transformations in global scholarship, especially the history of childhood and youth. But I will also argue that this volume is currently still incommensurate with two things, right? It's incommensurate with the demographic, social and political and cultural significance of the young in Asia in the 20th century, and the vastness and diversity of this place we call Asia. There are so many societies, so many cultures and societies and countries and states that the number of books that have been written actually is vastly, incommensurate with the amount of books that So I think there is a lot of room and space for more scholarship on the history of childhood and youth in Asia, as well as the history of activism and mobilization. And this certainly requires more support from networks and organizations committed to the promotion of this scholarship, like CITI and the CHS. After all, Asia has been historically a youthful continent and is still a youthful continent, right? If we look at the quantitative demographic data, basically in the most of the 20th century, Asia was filled with young people below the ages of 30 or even 20. And more importantly, as this summative slide shows, a substantial proportion of this mostly youthful population of Asia and societies, Asian country societies, have been directly and dramatically involved, right, in social political activism and movements pushing for different kinds of social political changes throughout the 20th century. And to a large extent, young people have been driving the modernization and political transformation of many Asian societies, which again render the current volume of the existing scholarship as substantial as it may be, actually incommensurate with the actual importance and significance of youth in the region, right? So and in a sense, one of the dynamics that we see in the scholarship is that many nationalist movements in Asia in the 20th century actually reflect and represent the activism of young people, except that the scholarship, most of the scholarship of nationalism, decolonization, and imperialism in Asia has not reflected on the importance or significance of these nationalists being young people, right? So age relations is a structure that still remains not sufficiently exploited or discussed in an intersectional way with the existing scholarship of nationalism in Asia, right? So, and the next slide basically shows you some of the books, some of the books that were triggered as a result of the internationally renowned Chinese state's repression of the Tiananmen Square youth protest in 1989. Right. So, other than the fact that there were a lot of social political movements associated with the New Left, associated with nationalism and decolonialism in the 50s and 60s, significant youth protest movements that became internationally renowned in the 1980s in Korea and especially in China as a result of Tiananmen, triggered not only an international global backlash against China, but also a rise in the interest and in studying student politics, student protests in China, as well as other parts of East Asia and other parts of Asia. So this, in a sense, the Tiananmen and, for example, the Gwangju uprising in South Korea were instrumental in triggering a lot of scholarly interest and commentary in studying student activism in China and other parts of Asia. And the next slide, I'll basically outline some of the characteristics that I would associate or explain with the earlier works on student protest movements and activism in the 1950s and 60s. These are quite unsurprising in the sense that they will focus on analyzing single events and movements to try to explain the origins, impact, and legacies. There's a focus on one single national geographical context. So as you can tell, I'm trying to lead on to the idea that from the 90s onwards, there begin to be more works that look at things from a transnational and trans-imperial lens, right? One dynamic of the scholarship on Asia, of activism in Asia, is that the state remains a key structure that shapes and polices and triggers youth activism in the region, right? So there is a lot of this literature focused on on activism and movements that oppose either the imperial, the colonial, or the post-colonial state. And one of the other characteristics is that activism is defined in a focused way on looking at dissent, student revolt, and student protest. And this itself is a function of the interest in student mobilization or student activism literature in the 60s, where basically scholars became interested in looking at student revolt and protest around the world. And this has an impact on how Western scholars or scholars who try to study youth movements in Asia, how they look actually, in a sense, continue to focus on dissent, revolt, and protest as activism. Whereas I'm going to try to show that in more recent works actually begin to interrogate this rather restricted definition of activism and try to expand it to look at other kinds of agency, other kinds of movements and contributions as activism, even those that represents compliance or assent, right, with the state. This early works also assume that categories of student and youth were fixed and stable and universal, whereas more recent works begin to question, and this is again where the historiography of youth mobilization in Southeast Asia is actually the clearest convergence with the cultural turn in the history of childhood and youth, where historians of youth mobilization begin to question and look at how the categories of students and youth themselves were constructed, were negotiated and resisted, and how this informed political action and political movements. That of course applies to my own work as well. So I will basically go through some reference some examples to show how basically there have been 5 or 6 major changes, right, in terms of the shifts in the historiography in 1990s. So one of the biggest triggers of new works and new scholarship on youth activism and mobilization has been state narratives or dominant narratives perpetuated by Asian states and Asian governments. And this has triggered, in a sense, scholars to write new works that try to restore and recover voices of youth activism and youth idealism that were not captured by this dominant narrative. So these are just examples, including the book that I co-authored in 2012. Looking at a club that has been traditionally demonized by the British, Malaysian, and Singapore state narratives. So one of this interesting work is, for example, in 1992, this scholar Hu Tam Ho Tai wrote a book trying to show that even before the Vietnamese communists appeared, there was an exciting pluralistic range of young radicals or anarchists who were advocating for change even before the Vietnamese Communist Party became influential and powerful. So I think the point I was trying to make is that in the scholars in the 1990s began to respond to dominant state narratives to try to write in stories of youth activists or youth radicals whose voices have not been recognized by these narratives. Another wave that looks more like the traditional kind of scholarship that is written is basically looking at young people who managed to be impactful in creating political change, either in Malaysia or Indonesia, right, where, for example, Meredith Weiss, this political scientist, wrote this book on student activism in Malaysia, where she showed how students were a very effective political force in Malaysia between 1940s and 1970s before they became sidelined by a state. So another dynamic that happens in Asian activism is where the original nationalist leadership begins to promote and mobilize young people to support anti-colonial movements, independence movements. But after this national leaderships come to power, they begin to sideline these students and begin to delegitimize student activism and youth radicalism. Right. At the same time, there are also books that write about less successful youth movements. For instance, the one on extreme right, Moments of Silence, is the most recent book associated with that I will associate with this historiography, where this Thai historian Thong Chai wrote this book about the trauma of the students who were brutally repressed and massacred by the Thai state during the Thai student movements of 1973-1976. Right, so it's a book about the trauma of not succeeding and in fact being massacred and brutally repressed by the state. Another trend pertains to the state mobilization of youth. Right, so as I mentioned, one of the features of activism and mobilization in Asia is that many nationalist groups and governments and states constructed young people as agents and symbols of modernity, of progress, and post-colonial modern futures, and tried to socialize and mobilize them through a range of disciplinary tools and programs such as civic education in schools and state-sponsored youth movements. Right, so this is a topic and theme that I also write about in my current book project as well. So these are 2 other examples of how the Chinese states try to mobilize and socialize great citizens of young people and mobilize them for their own respective agendas. And one of the countries in which the most literature has been written about is actually French Indochina. These are 3 different books that basically look at different periods of how the Vichy French colonial state, and then later on the North Korean communist state tried to basically socialize and mobilize young people to support the state, whether colonial state or the communist state in French Indochina. And these books are interesting because they basically show that this reflects this trans-imperial circulation of ideas, practices, movements, and images of young people between the colonial metropole and the Asian colony. And in this case, France is one of the biggest, Vichy France is one of the biggest proponents of trying to socialize its subjects in the colonies. And this scholarship also reflects the continuities between the colonial state and the post-colonial Asian state, where in this case, the communist North Vietnam continued the practices and programs of disciplining and mobilizing youth and trying to shape communist youth for their own political programs and agendas. Right, so French Indochina is actually one of the sites and one of the domains in Asia where there is the biggest evidence, right, of state-driven youth mobilization. And another interesting body of work that I want to talk about is basically the works pertaining to the cultural histories of youth mobilization. And this reflects this cultural turn in the study of youth activism in Asia. And it is, as I mentioned earlier, is the clearest point of intersection and convergence between the history of childhood and youth and the history of youth activism and mobilization in Asia. So historians like Fabio Lanza, Doreen Lee, and Charles Kim have done fascinating and insightful work where they show where they show the interplay between state ideologies and images of young people and individual youth, young people's, young activists, subjectivities, and identities, and how the state, adult actors, and young people themselves created, negotiated, and shaped fluid, unstable meanings, right, of categories like youth and students, and how these meanings themselves have shaped political action and mobilization. I think Fabio Lanza has also written a wonderful article for the Journal of History of Childhood and Youth, where he discusses basically how a category of youth activists became constructed over the 20th century instead of taking it for granted like the previous literature in the 60s and 70s. And then the last significant trend is basically the rise of trans-imperial, transnational, and global histories of youth mobilization, where basically these historians begin to look at go beyond the boundaries of the nation state or colonial state, and begin to look at basically circulations and connections and mobilities of youth workers, imperialists, and youths in trying to basically discipline and mobilize young people. So these are examples of different approaches, and the one I think I want to highlight the most is basically the one made by Sayaka Chatani of the National University of Singapore, right, where she has written a wonderful, amazing book on Nation Empire. And she basically addressed the question of why rural youth in not only Japan, but Japan and its colonies, Japan, Taiwan, and Korea, responded positively and affirmatively to the Japanese state's imperialistic ideologies and joined the Japanese army to help it expand its empire across Asia. Right, so this, in a sense, I think this reflects some of the themes that I already mentioned: the turn towards looking at the state mobilization of young people, the use of a trans-imperial lens in examining linkages between the metropole, and in this case, it's an Asian imperial metropole and no longer the European global metropole and its colonies, as well as the examination of how meanings of and ideologies of youth shape youth mobilization, right? So it's and I think it's also an example of the core that anthropologists of childhood like David Lancy and historians of youth like Mona Gleason and Susan Miller have made in recent years. So I think it just happens that there are people washing my windows right now. Yeah. Right. So I was referring to how anthropologists of childhood and youth like David Lancy and historians of youth like Mona Gleason and Susan Miller have recently called for us to avoid focusing only on resistance and protests as form of agency and activism, but also look at assent or how young people complied or supported state agendas or adult agendas as also important illuminating forms of agency and activism. And I think this is another wonderful example of this, right? Okay, and another trend, another important book that exists in this historiography is this idea of, because Asia is so vast and diverse, one of the ways of trying to do a history of activism in Asia is to basically engage in a multi-authored book. So this is one of the books that I guess will become a compulsory reading on causes in Asia, because of the way it brings together scholars who write on 10 different contexts, in which student protests were significant and substantial in the 20th century, together to compare this activism. And as you will notice that the history of activism in Singapore does not receive its own chapter in this book, even though I will argue that it does. This is in part because Meredith Weiss included discussion of youth protests in Singapore in her discussion of student movements in Malaysia. At the same time, I would argue that this omission is a result of this scholars' focus on protest, rebellion, and resistance as manifestations of agency and activism. And so what I try to do in my current project is to show that that you can recover a hidden history of youth in Singapore by expanding the scope of what we consider youth activism and where we locate and track activism and agency. Right. So this allows me to segue into this last section of my self-sharing, where I share my experiences writing on student activism in Singapore and Malaysia, and discuss my current research project on history of youth in Singapore. Right, so I first began by writing my master's research basically became a co-authored book with some other young Singaporeans, where I wrote a book on the history of the University of Malaya Socialist Club, which was a significant student movement that was the first student political club in Singapore, and it was instrumental in founding the current People's Action Party of Singapore, which is still the current government of the country, right? And after 1961, it was regarded and demonized as a pro-communist organization, fell under the suspicion, the surveillance of the state, and eventually deregistered in 1971, right? So when my co-authors set out to write this book, we engaged and asked the interviewees to help us, right, to get their accounts and their views. Some of them helped us, some of them gave us their blessing, but said that they disagree with our approach of writing an academic, balanced history of the club, in a sense that they basically said that I'll explain what they said later, but basically what happened is that after they knew of our project, they quickly got together their fellow members who were members of the club, and basically wrote an account of their own stories and testimonies, contextualized in their own views. They even did their own research. And because they were faster, better, work harder, and didn't have to undergo a peer review process, right? They published the book in 2010. Whereas for my co-authors and I, we started the project in 2009 and only finished it in 2012, right? And their view is that for them, the club's history must be defended and not discovered by historians. They felt that it was not possible for scholars to write objective history. It has to be done by the activists themselves, who were participants and witnesses, and they were in the privileged position to capture the mood and spirit of the times they lived through, right? And they argue that because the club has been demonized by mainstream and state-sponsored narratives, so they agree with the need for balanced history and objective history, but their argument is that because of the way the club's history has been demonized, a true balanced history requires, this is their words, right, a sympathetic presentation and defense of its case. And hence, basically, they produce their book quickly so that their book can come out before our more theoretically more objective account, right? So I think that was an interesting experience to encounter as a young scholar. What happens when activists disagree with the history that you're trying to write, and basically agree with you on what objectivity, on the idea of objectivity, but disagree on what it means, right, in terms of making the history objective. Yep. I think I'm over time, but should I continue, Tamara, or should I just end?
Yeah, just maybe wind it up in the next couple of minutes.
Sure, thank you. Yeah. So I have evolved from looking at youth mobilization from this book to looking at the cultural history of youth in Singapore. And so this is where I think my work tries to pay homage to the developments in the history of childhood and youth by basically making use of many of the insights and ideas that historians of childhood and youth have given to relook the history of Singapore through a cultural history of youth in Singapore. As you can see from this currency notes of Singapore, basically young people play a very big role, a central role in the public life and of the nation, right? And I'm trying to recover that history. So different parts of my dissertation engage different ideas and different trends in the history of childhood and youth. The one that pertains to this topic, this workshop of activism, is where I try to basically show that the state itself, the Singapore state itself, instrumentalized the idealism and the agency of young people to try to basically they decided that the most efficient and effective and constructive way of taming and dealing with youth activism and idealism and energy is to actually not simply police and repress activism, but to instrumentalize it and exploit it for the state's agendas and goals. So in that sense, the Singapore state actually used youth idealism and agency as a technology of power, right, to discipline youth subjectivity and conduct. And in this sense, that this approach reflects my own intellectual journey, right, where basically having written on youth of student activism that opposed the colonial and post-colonial state, I'm now interested in studying, illuminating the stories of youth activism that was actually structured and driven by the state, and which represents youth agency in the form of assent and compliance with the state's goals because of their own vested interest, of young people's vested interests. And I argue that this is more illuminating of state-society relations, age relations, youth culture, and everyday life in modern Singapore. Right. So I'll just end with a nice two quotations from two of our key leaders. basically showing how they deliberately and then proactively decided that one of the most important things that Singapore state should do is to basically instrumentalize the idealism of young people and exploit this, basically actively encourage youth mobilization and idealism in order to support the state's own political and national goals. Thank you so much.
Great, thanks, Edgar.
Shall I go ahead and start?
Great. So Lara, over to you.
All right, thank you. So good afternoon, and thanks so much to Hamra and the organizing committee for inviting me to share my work. As you'll see, I came to the study of high school student organizing as someone who was interested in social movements. Surprisingly, I came to the field of the history of childhood and youth rather belatedly in my research process, which is to say that I feel incredibly fortunate to have the opportunity to be in conversation with this particular group today. So today's talk really is a kind of reflection on the various intellectual traditions or frameworks that shape my current book project, High School Rebels, Black Power, Education, and Youth Politics in the Motor City, 1966 to 1973, which is a social and intellectual history that examines the political study and youth organizing of Black high school students who came of age at the height of Detroit's Black Power movement. As white flight to Detroit suburbs radically reshaped the city's racial geography during the 1950s and 1960s, Black students encountered a majority white teaching force that resisted their very presence in multiple ways, and a curriculum that treated Black life and culture as inferior. Through school walkouts, building takeovers, sleep-ins, marches to city council, and the Board of Education meetings, they suggested that they too could hold politicians and educational leaders accountable despite their age, which constrained their access to traditional levers of political power. Although they could not marshal their right to the franchise as a political tool, high school activists managed to institutionalize political education classes in one high school, Black history courses in most others, use War on Poverty funds to develop Afrocentric community centers, and increase the hiring of Black teachers and staff. So how did these students develop their ideas about politics, about power, and about protest? And how did they win these gains within a relatively short period of time? In Detroit, we're talking about 1966 to about 1972-73 school year for the most part. And so these are the questions that I take up in High School Rebels. My book contributes to Black Power studies, the history of Black education, and the history of Black girlhood. First, I help to expand our view of youth activism beyond the kind of meta-narrative of Black campus activism, right? To explore the role of high school students in the development of the Black Power movement and its attendant Black Studies movement. Second, I aim to shift our historical gaze from the spectacular moments of the movement, right? Those walkouts, the boycotts, the marches, to the quiet labor that made those actions possible, including the young people's political study and organizing, and the ordinary ways in which Black power showed up in their lives on a daily basis. Finally, I help to shift our focus from the kind of masculinist vision of the movement to its meanings in the lives of Black girls who fought for Black power. And Detroit is an ideal place for such a study because this is really a place where we see all of the various strands of Black power thought converge there. So Black cultural nationalism, Black Christian nationalism, Black revolutionary nationalism, Marxist-Leninism, and intercommunalism. And this is very much, of course, connected to the city's kind of industrial might, right? And its long tradition of union organizing, if we look at that kind of long tradition from the 1930s, the 1960s, and 1970s. Student activists contributed to, contested, and tried to make sense of the various intellectual traditions that animated the city's short movement. In other words, Detroit is the ideal place for a study that seeks to understand the ideological commitments students made, why they made them, and how their views may have changed over time. Here, ideological commitments really just kind of mean the basis of their analysis of material conditions. And it would be great to kind of think through collectively if folks have thoughts about, say, intellectual development versus ideological development, because these are some of the kinds of terms that I'm wrestling with. So previous studies of Black youth activism have historically focused on college student dissidents. That was in part a response to the kind of overwhelming preoccupation with the white left, such as Students for a Democratic Society. Historians and sociologists by the 1990s began to center their narratives on the political organizing of the Student Nonviolent Organizing Committee, or SNCC, or Coordinating Committee, or SNCC. But we begin to see studies of youth activism include Black high school students, I would say probably in 2003, with the Journal of African American History's special issue on Black student activism, which was edited by VP Franklin. And so since then, John Helle, Rebecca Schweinitz, and Vincent Willis have published full-length monographs on Black high school or children's activism, while Charlotta Kitchen has published a monograph on Black youth activism. And Kitchen's study in particular notes that not all youth activists were students, right? Whether we're talking about campus activism or high school, that there's a different kind of category there as well for kids who did not fit those two categories, but they may have been of high school age. While historical scholarship has often focused on the spectacular moments of this history, High School Rebels examines the quiet moments. Here, I'm talking about their political study and political organizing. And so in her invitation, Tamara asked us to consider where the literature, so in my case, youth and activism, has been since the 1970s. And I had to pause and think about the extent to which my work builds on relevant studies coming out of the 70s and 80s. And for a moment, I thought about the work on political socialization that political scientists and sociologists had produced. But in really kind of sitting with it and thinking about my own intellectual biography, what came up for me was that it was the scholarship of sociologists who published bottom-up studies of local organizing in the civil rights movement. And so I'm not just thinking about activism, I'm thinking about political organizing. And so my focus on organizing and not just activism emerges out of my interest in specifically the African-American organizing tradition. And so sociologist Charles Payne explains what Bob Moses calls the African-American organizing tradition. And Moses was a civil rights activist and educator. And Payne talks about this in his book, I've Got the Light of Freedom, the organizing tradition, and the Mississippi freedom struggle. He says, quote, "There was what he, Bob Moses, labels the community mobilizing tradition, which focused on large-scale, relatively short-term public events. This is the tradition of Birmingham, Selma, the March on Washington, the tradition best symbolized by the work of Martin Luther King. This is the movement of popular memory and the only part of the movement that has attracted scholarly attention. The Mississippi movement reflects another tradition of Black activism, one of community organizing, a tradition with a different sense of what freedom means, and therefore a greater emphasis on the long-term development of leadership in ordinary men and women. And so here we might think about what Ella Baker referred to as that kind of spade work, knocking on the doors, building on Indigenous grassroots networks to really produce leaders. And so we're not talking about a one-shot moment, we're talking about long-term political work. Now, when we think about the civil rights movement and the Black Power movement, we tend to see the former as organized and much more strategic in its approach to resisting racial discrimination and structural inequality than we do the latter. At least that was the case, I would say, probably until the early 2000s. Black Power studies has pushed back on that narrative by exploring the multiple meanings of Black Power. And so this perspective, though, still frames histories of education that examine the shifts that occurred in educational movements from the Civil Rights Movement to the Black Power movement and the role of young people in those shifts. And so even though scholars have opened up spaces in terms of what counts as Black Power, that perspective hasn't yet been mapped onto Black Power youth, particularly adolescents. And so young people associated with the Black Power movement remain the army of the indoctrinated, as histories of teenagers as civil rights activists abound, right? So we see that perspective as kind of the overarching meta-narrative in some ways. So through histories of Black educational movements for welfare rights and the right to the city, scholars of Black Power studies have opened up space for research on the strategic approaches taken by the quote unquote militant nihilistic youth. And so I enter into this conversation by thinking about the role of education in the movement and how high school students marshal lessons learned in formal, non-formal, and informal educational spaces, such as political education classes with the League of Revolutionary Black Workers, in church basements, and in the classrooms of young Black radical teachers. I'm also interested in their own kind of independent reading groups that were absent of adults. And so in these spaces, students read the autobiography of Malcolm X, From Slavery to Freedom, A History of African Americans, and Labor's Untold Story, the adventure story of the battles, betrayals, and victories of American working men and women. I suggest that while the explosive moments grabbed headlines, it was the young people's political study that pushed adults to view them as political actors in a democratic society. So High School Rebels uses age as a category of historical analysis to reframe the historical indoctrination narrative that was common in the press and in liberal civic networks at that time, focusing on the spectacular moments of this history and not the ideas that shape these actions, leaves a great deal of room to wonder if Black adolescents were simply indoctrinated by adult activists. This gap, I think, exists because historians have yet to examine adolescent politics during an era that has been characterized as a period of radical indoctrination and dogma. And so again, that goes to the distinction that we often make, for the most part, between civil rights, Black Power. I examined oral history interviews that I've personally conducted alongside the archived records of youth citizenship councils, mayoral committees on children and youth, Black Power organizations, and welfare agencies. To date, I've interviewed 30 men and women who were engaged in direct action as students, some who began as young as 10 years old. And the interviews reveal the childhood experiences that drew these youthful activists to political study, as well as the networks that they built right from elementary school, junior high school, that they carry with them into high school, and how all of that shaped their political organizing. The interviews also illuminate the kind of substantive ideological debates between students and shifting their ideological thinking. So remember that big list of Black nationalist culture? Like, imagine that in a high school, right? And kids are like, like this is what we think is going to work strategically, and other folks are kind of like, but you need to sharpen your analysis, or like the terms, right? And so all of that is to say that that rich diversity of thought shows up on an everyday basis within the schools. So in tandem, these sources sharpen our understanding of contestations over the political development and identities of Black youth. Adults crafted liberal parallel programs like citywide student government or student council as an antidote to the Black radical organizations that also vied for high school youth's attention. However, I also consider how the young people themselves reshape notions of Black adolescent politics through the arguments they made for Black power. And so as an intellectual history, this work really takes seriously the ideas of Black high school students. In doing so, it shows that there was indeed a struggle for the minds of Black youth, and that this was not necessarily a foregone conclusion that they would align with Black militants. Throughout this intellectual journey, though, there was always this question of gender, right, in the background. And coming out of Rutgers University's PhD program meant seeing history through the lens of race, class, and gender. And so a few of my professors encouraged me to develop an analysis of Black girlhood, which opened up my world to the history of childhood and youth. So I come to the history of childhood and youth through Black girls. Before then, it was like I just got into a point where I was thinking about their class position, and I'm like, now all of a sudden I have to think about age too. But in moving into this field in the intellectual community of Black girlhood scholars, what that allowed me to do was to really kind of learn more about the earlier history and what is the long trajectory of the historiography. And so what we tend to see is that more studies tend to address the experiences of and ideas about Black girls who came of age from slavery to freedom, and then from freedom to civil rights. We see studies on Jim Crow and the Great Migration. And then there's usually a jump from 1964, 1965 to the 1990s with Ruth Nicole Brown's work. But I've benefited immensely from the exciting work that's happening in the history of Black girlhood. Marcia Chatelain and Crystal Webster's focus on the role of Black girlhood in reform movements exposed the significance of thinking about conceptions of Black womanhood and Black girlhood and the anxieties that animated some of these movements. And so I turned to these studies to think about the Black power movement's conceptions of Black girlhood. Black girlhood becomes critical to the movement in a few ways. One, Black girls and radical Black girlhood were central to the Black nationalist nation-building project. But for Black nationalists who also identified as Marxist-Leninists, Black girls were future leaders of the proletariat and needed to be prepared for such duties. Black girls of this era had to navigate what historian Lakeisha Simmons refers to as the double bind. In her study, Crescent City Girls, Simmons argues that Black girls coming of age in Jim Crow New Orleans had to navigate the double bind of white supremacy and the politics of respectability. My work suggests that Black middle-class girls in particular had to navigate this bind during the Black power era, but in the context of the development of Black consciousness. And so what did that look like? For example, their parents did not want them to don natural hairstyles for various reasons. It did not fit that kind of middle-class aesthetic. But the presence of naturals was common. It was all around them. And so these girls had to navigate both the pressure to accommodate the wishes of their parents and to actualize a vision of themselves as connected to something greater and to the movement. But looking at the quotidian, as I said, as I say in the title, looks a couple of different ways. And so one example is listening to recollections of their reading experiences. Some students appreciated Malcolm X's political analysis, while others cherished the self-awareness and introspection that shaped his autobiography. For example, Michael Samanga found in Malcolm's autobiography discussions of his inner thoughts. Such texts would have differed from the majority of assigned readings students encountered in the formal classroom. Teachers may have assigned the biographies and autobiographies of other historical and cultural figures who were central to the white canon, but autobiographies as a genre likely appealed to young people who were wrestling with their own inner thoughts and reflections. For Black teenagers coming of age in urban spaces then, reading the analysis and interiority of Black writers was profoundly important to their sense of self as social change agents. And so in building on this historiography, I hope that when we think about this history, will conjure images of high school youth who snuck into the living rooms late at night to listen to their parents' copies of Malcolm X's speeches on 45s. I want us to conjure images of little Black girls who sometimes skip school to read books about constitutional law at the Wayne State University McGregor Library. My hope is that when we see Black teenagers on the front lines of historical struggles, that we consider the quiet moments that made them possible. Thank you.